Content warning. Today's show contains a chain smoking host, discussions of fictitious violence, conversations that might make certain people uncomfortable, and other things that might make people want to feel attacked. But I assure you, we're not attacking you. We're only letting you know that you're seen, and in a lot of ways, we're just like you. Viewer discretion is advised. So are you going to answer that question? I'm not going to answer that question. Thank you. Yeah, we should just start the show, huh? Yeah, it would probably be wise if we did that. All right, cool. Let's start the music. Yeah, we'll do that. Hey, everybody. How you guys doing out there? This is Solar Gray, the Cinematic Sorcerer, coming at you from the Wizard's Tower. My God, there is a lively debate going on in the chat right now. And according to the dictionary definition of pizza, watch the freaking food theory episode on that after the show. Okay, after the show. Don't watch it now because you're supposed to be watching me, and that's what keeps me going, man. All of you guys, y'all just keep me going. You don't know how much you mean to me and all that stuff. But I'm coming at you from the the Wizard's Tower today. But today we're going into the hobby hall because I haven't had a big chance to hobby with a lot of you guys. So it is now, since I've cleaned off my materials and gotten the stuff together and all that jazz, we are going to be painting some minis and stuff like that. But I want you to know that I am not alone. I'm not alone. I'm here with you guys. And you know who else is here with us? The comparable co-host of Back in the Deck Productions, the one that's here more days out of the week than I am technically here for days out of week. You guys know her. You have come to love her. All of that stuff. I'm letting you guys know that they're they're great entertainers, great humanitarians, and one of my friends for years, the mellow cellist herself, Miss Heather Johnson. How you doing, girl?
Hey everybody, I'm doing well, Solar. I hope you're doing well too, but judging by how you started the show, I'm willing to bet you're a little punch drunk, but me, myself, and I am doing well, and I've got an interview scheduled tomorrow.
Hey,
so
look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for putting all my business out on Front Street like that. Oh yeah, you judging by how you started the show, you were a little punch drunk. One too many hits with a snake. So yeah, I mean, seriously. Yeah, no, and real talk though, when am I not? All right.
I think I met you when you were punch drunk. So,
you did.
Yeah.
You actually did. You totally met me when I was punch drunk. So, all that. But before we get going any further, I want to make sure I don't forget anybody and say hello to the people that are watching. What's going on, people in the Twitch chat, people in the YouTube chat, people in the chats. What's going on, everybody out there? I'm doing my best to hang with you guys, make sure that everybody has a chance to be seen, and I will be talking with you guys because, as you know, the Hobby Hall, this particular show, is one of the shows where we gonna be here for a little while. This is the long form show, so but I'm like, we talk about heavy stuff all the time, and in a lot of ways, I need to blow off steam and actually do something that has something to do with gaming and all that stuff. Because, technically, we're a gaming channel. I mean, that's what it says in the description and all that stuff. But one of the things that I've been doing, I've been teaching my sister how to play. Oh, God. Thank you, Carthulu. Of course you're here. Carthulu in the chat. Like, okay, so real talk, while we're doing all this stuff, the chat is just going off about some stuff today. And Neon Arlecchino, you've got competition, and I believe it's Roland, and asking these kinds of questions all the time, because, Roland and Neon Arlecchino love taking over the show from whatever I'm trying to talk about with all these weird discussions. And I guess today, the question is a pizza a sandwich? And I'm like, I don't know. Watch Food Theory. Do I look like my name is Matthew Patrick? Is that
I'm gonna answer that real quick.
Oh, don't do it. It's a trap. You're gonna fall into the Streisand effect. I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. No, go for it. Do your thing.
I was just gonna say, I think a calzone is more of a pizza that's a sandwich.
Ah, yeah. See, the question was, is a pizza open-faced?
Oh.
And of course,
that's where.
Okay. See that because Neon Arlecchino is a very, very smart person, and they're upping their troll game. They're seriously upping the troll game. So it's like, I'm gonna ask a leading question. But my leading question shall be this. So yeah, it's really it. And then of course we've got Carthulu in there. They're switching up the question, which is sandwich is an unsealed dumpling. Discuss. So you guys talk about that. And we are gonna talk about one of my favorite subjects. And that is I've come to enjoy painting miniatures. And one of the things that goes along with painting miniatures is acquiring them. And, one of the things I do to acquire miniatures is I 3D print. And, I've been teaching my sister how to play the games from pools. And so fun. So fun. Because my sister is a lot smarter than she realizes, or that she actively. So she's like, I showed her with a 1,000-point game last night, and she's like, I gotta go to bed and all that stuff. She comes out of her room like 20 minutes later, fucking so blah blah blah. I'm like, what? She's like, I gotta go to bed because I gotta sleep and go to work tomorrow, but my head is strategizing. And she thinks worse. And I'm like, yeah, see what happens when you start doing stuff other than smoking weed? Just saying. So this is turning out to be pretty fun. And I'm very happy that she's joining the ranks. So yeah, that is definitely happening on that front. And I'm like, while we're doing this, I should get my blessed, because their names have been changed to avoid sisters, my blessed sisters painted up, while I make up some orcs for my sister, which are cooking on the printer. So that's one of the things that's happening. But I've got a whole container, because I keep my minis, things like this. Okay? And I've got, this thing is full of blessed sisters that I haven't painted. So I figure, you know what? I will start on the show. And there was a controversy a few months ago. And since I do everything late to the party, I am going to weigh in on it. And the controversy is based on a painting technique that is not new. Okay, it's not new. It's hundreds of years old. Literally hundreds of years old. However, it has been culturally appropriated. Oh, the polka bot? So we'll talk about the polka bot. Neon, I will show you what happened to the polka bot. Because yeah, I had to take a break from the Pokebot. Haven't been happy with that. And while I was in therapy, um, a thing happened, and in a nutshell, to make a long story short, this right here is the Pokeball. All right, this is the Pokeball. Fell down and it shattered. Um, no, it's nothing to be upset about. These things happen. Um, so instead of working on the Pokebot, I'm working on the sisters because there are a few people that are learning how to play the game, the universe, or I'm expanding the player base, and um, a lot of folks are like, wait, you're telling me that these are motorcycle riding, chainsaw wielding nuns? Yes, please. And I'm like, okay. So I want to make them all pretty and stuff because my sister is introducing her friends into it, and her friends are exactly the demographic that I've been trying to build up community. So it's all pretty good. It's all pretty good. But when I say super angry pistol wielding chainsaw sword swinging nuns, people start thinking a nun's habit and not like power armor with wings. So I figure, you know what? No, if we gonna do this, we gonna do this. We gonna do this right. We gonna do this real. Because we got the real going. So yeah, that is what I figure we're gonna be doing and how to make all that stuff come down. But simultaneously, hang on. 1, 2, 3. Leader. Good. But simultaneously, I want to get some of that stuff done. And as y'all know, I am in love with the new one-page-rules Battle Sisters models. Or sorry, they're called the Blessed Sisters now. Because, shut up, boy, do you want to get sued? No, I don't want to get sued. So yeah, so we're going to paint up some of the Blessed Sisters. And we going to make that whole thing go with the Blessed Sisters. That's what we going to do. So yeah, there's a lot of that happening. I'm a big fan of those happening. But I don't want to be here all day and all night. I'm no apply holy napalm launchers. Almost, because the new tanks came out. And if you guys remember, I can pull up footage. It very much did the footage of, or we painted up a tank. And on one level, it was all right, but on another level, it felt very, what is the term I'm looking for? The tank felt very wedding cake. I even put it past, Miss Anya, the War Mistress. And she's like, yeah, it does look very wedding cake. I'm like, don't it though? Like the whole wedding cake thing is kind of funny. Um, So instead of all that stuff, I figure, you know what? Yeah, it's a. So let me just okay, yeah. So just making sure properly. Yeah, we painted up the tank, and the color scheme on it is okay. I mean, it's okay. Like I said, it looks like a
Hmm.
great big wedding cake, and you know, I like the idea of a flame throwing wedding cake. That looks pretty cool. But I figure I want to do something a little different. I want to bring out a lot more of the blue, a little less white. And I want to change the color scheme from the regular, um, from the regular color scheme to to more of a khaki instead of a straight up white. But I have to test them with the infant. Yes, the Blessed Sisters have the holy hand grenades. Clever. So yeah, so that's one of the doing today on the show. But for people who don't really know that kind of stuff, I figured what I talk about this stuff all the time. Um, and, talk about this stuff all the time. So I figured, what? Let's do a price comparison, and you'll see why you'll be getting your minutes from me, Heather. you know. So yeah.
Well, besides the deal breaking price I will be getting, I don't know what. Well, you're gonna show me. I'll see.
Well, no, it's a real thing. It is definitely a real thing. So, when you go down to I'm thinking it goes back. Yes, yes, it is a delicious cake or a float in Animal House. Interesting, black and white now in color. So what we got is in the game with the game Grimdark Future. Um, it is what we like to call bargain bin 1A because one, it doesn't cost nearly two. It's gloriously chock full of less supremacists, but the price is not cool. Like the standard cost of um, let's say Sisters Repentia, tend to cost about like $30-$40, and you get like maybe for like $40. And so One Page Rules, who puts out their own stuff, have these guys. And so the PDFs of the whole thing along with the glorious tank. I don't know how much. Oh, $46 for the STLs for all of these guys. The defending sisters, the novice kits, support system tanks. $46 for two models. Yes, please. Um, and of course, I've been making this because one of my main armies, Grimdark Future, I like the angry nuns. I like the whole concept of taking religion and just going stupid with it. And I do like going, hey, 13, I've been missing you. Um, you know what? Matter of fact, let's say what's up to everybody out there. We got Clever Little Vixen holding it down. Alisadra Bardic DW. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Yeah, tomorrow we are definitely on. So yeah. Let's see. We got Dave Q, Snap, Ray Ghost, Jump. Literally unreal. I don't believe that because you're here. And you're here, that means you're Sofa King Super. We have a lot. We're getting to have more people than I can give a shout out to. Like we got over in over in YouTube. Awesome. So this is pretty cool. We have a whole. You know what? Your aim will improve. Um. So yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. Now, again, these models look. Love the way these models look. I really love how much they cost because I've been part of the One Page Rules for coming up on 3 now. So I get all of these STLs every month. And so to spread the gospel, um, I run new players through the back in the deck through the printing service. So we print up the minis and all that stuff. So yeah. But there is a controversy that came up a couple of years. And it's a real controversy, and that is a painting style and technique. Now, it's funny that I chose this because Heather and I didn't talk before I told her what today's show was going to be. So, tell them a little bit about our conversation that happened before.
Yeah, he brought up the fact that he wanted to uh have like a Hobby Lobby day, and I said, "Hey, that's pretty cool." I was just in Rite Aid and picking up cat food, and I saw that they had painting supplies in store, primarily acrylic paints for $8.99, and some brushes and things like that. But they didn't have anything I wanted to paint on, and exactly like like a canvas background or some cardboard or miniatures. But yeah. So that's how that started out.
Yeah, and the thing was, um, not too long ago, I started teaching Heather a particular game, and she was like, "Okay, this is pretty cool in the rock," and I'm like, "Of course they do that. One of my prime armies." Brr, 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 brr. And some more stuff has come out for them since. Awesome. But I taught her how to play, don't hate me, with unpainted miniatures. Oh, I'm such a monster.
Dun dun
I know.
dun.
I'm terrible. I'm a monster. That's all I am. Just rar monster. So, what I figured I would do is I would paint up some of these minis. So like I said, I'm going with a different thing. But we are going it is just you, actually. I'm not really cutting out. Um, yeah, I'm not cutting out, so that's the thing. Yep, nope, don't have any skip frames. Yeah. Um, so I figure we'll paint up a couple of squads, just a couple of squads of the sister. Well, I would say the battle system, but one page rules in order to avoid a lawsuit. Change the name of the faction from the battle system to the blessed. So that is how we will that's how we'll be referring to them from here on in, because they're the blessed sisters. And the reason for that is because Games Workshop, the company that does what that company. Hmm,
You mean
um
suck your life away?
huh?
Suck your life away?
No, they didn't suck my life away. I've never actually done stuff before.
Oh no, I'm not talking about you specifically, Solar. I know. I'm talking about just in general. They suck your life away along with your wallet.
Um Kind of, sort of, but not really. One of the things that happened, and this is really funny, when you think about it, is that, oh, thank you so much, 13, gifting out 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Awesome.
Nice. Very
It's,
nice.
yeah, thank you so much, man. That is so awesome. J Rue actually joined the joined the channel a few days ago, and I'm glad that you're hitting them up with a subscription. I really. And anything to save Xanathades a few bucks because they got kids. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, 13, my man. You know, all right. I hadn't done the subscription dance because yeah, I do the subscription every single time. Like every time that comes out, every time it comes, I'm like, okay, I do the thing, which is kind of funny. And I'm waiting for the day that I'm really gonna be trolled. Because, if I'm in the middle of a sentence and I have to do that dance every time someone subscribes, I have a dream. It's not a big dream, it's a little dream. And that dream, as wacky as it may sound, is that one day in the future, I won't be able to finish any particular sentence because I'll have to keep stopping to do that dance. That is going to be awesome. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. Um, what really makes me worry is that one day I'll be good at that dance. Like, oh yeah, he looks good. So yeah, drop the stereotypes. Not all of us can dance. Um, seriously,
I
there's a lot of
can't. I
influencers that don't come up with dance. See, yeah, no, put
I
it back
can.
in the deck.
I
I know where you were going. Huh?
Oh no, I was just gonna say now I can carry a tune in a bucket, but dancing, it's like I got two left feet.
Fair enough. And so yeah, so yeah, that was the whole thing. So, the controversy is that there is a technique around mini painters called slap chop, and it is based on the grise. painting method that people learn in art school, undershading and undercoating um, in black and white, and doing all the highlights and the midtone in sort of a black and white thing, and then using inks or very transparent paints to shade or filter color through, so you get all of those really cool paint effects like shading and highlighting and edge highlighting and all that stuff in one felt swoop. Well, a few years ago, the Evil Empire released a product called contrast paints. Contrast paints were like, look, it's our painting technique in a bottle. And you prime a model white and it does all that stuff. You guys have seen me do it, and you guys have seen me use the grisé or slap chop technique. And it's called slap chop because of the old infomercial of a guy wearing a little thing on his head going, you like my nuts, you're gonna love my nuts. I put my nuts in the slap chop, and it's a little appliance. Okay, it's a little appliance where you put small pieces of something in, dice them by putting them under this bowl, and you just hit the bowl over and over and over again, and then it goes all that stuff. So yeah, of course, I gotta bring it up because the guy became a meme. The whole thing became slap chopping. Okay. So of course, it's from the
Hi, it's
ShamWow
Fitz
guy.
with Slap Chop. You can.
So
Billy Mays?
huh?
Billy Mays?
No, not Billy Mays, but the fact that you know the infomercial people as well as I do, yeah. No, Willie Mays has the tape. It's got the tape. Put the tape on the thing, you know. So but yeah, just because we are that guy, yeah, I'm gonna pull up the commercial real quick because, you know, why not pull up the commercial? Ah.
Oh my
You're gonna be in
God!
a great mood
Everything
all day
just
'cause you're
turned
gonna be
into
slapping your troubles away with the
what's
slap
going
chop. Now,
on?
look, here's a potato. One slap, you got big chunks for stews. Two slaps, home fries in a second. And look at this. When you add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch
There
any
you go.
grains.
Yeah,
Now,
look at all that.
You love salad. You hate making it. You know you hate making salad.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
hate
don't have
making
any
salad.
in your
Of course you
diet.
hate making
Watch this.
salad.
One slap. Salad. I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least throw it on top of the pizza. You're gonna change your eating habits. Soup, coleslaw,
That's right.
stuff. You
Slap
want
it.
5
Slap it.
seconds, 4 or 5 seconds, it's done. This thing, this tuna.
Yeah, this
looks
tuna right here,
boring.
yeah, slap
Stop
that.
having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Add this tuna, put it here like this. Now you're gonna have
Boom,
a
boom, boom.
nice
And now you've
tuna
got pre-chewed
salad. Look at
food.
this. You're gonna have an exciting life now. Look, here's a hard-boiled egg. One
Hard-boiled
chop,
egg,
you
boom,
add the
there you
pickle,
go. It's all
you add
messed
the
up.
green
You
onion.
put a
And what
pickle
you can
next
do,
to
you
it,
can
you
mix
put a
things
little onion
together. You
next
add
to
the
it, and
ham,
boom.
and you're gonna
You got
love
all that
this.
stuff, bang, bang,
You don't have
bang.
time to
You
make
got a
breakfast.
pile of something.
Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this.
Yeah,
Almonds,
you know,
walnuts.
you love my nuts,
Comes
you're
with
gonna
a
love my
cover,
nuts.
So you can
Look
do
at my
everything
nuts.
in the cover.
I'm putting my
all
nuts
right?
in
Or you
here,
can do it on the
and then I'm
board,
gonna
whatever
put
you
a
like.
thing on that,
So easy,
and I'm
one
just gonna
finger.
beat
I
up my
can do it
nuts.
one
Look
finger.
at my
You guys
nuts.
can do
Look
it
at
with
that.
one
I'm
hand.
doing that
Kids
one
can do
finger,
it.
and then
You know what they
boom,
charge at
there
the
you
ice
go.
cream stores?
You got my
$1
nuts.
for toppings
Look at my
at the
nuts.
ice cream
There we
stores.
go.
Add
Look
a
at all my
couple
nuts. My
cookies if
nuts
you
have been
want. You
pulverized.
can make it for
Now I'm
10
putting an
cents.
Oreo
Stop throwing
cookie
your
in
money away.
with
You
my
know, not
nuts,
only nuts,
and then
what
I'm
about
gonna put a
fruit? Put a
strawberry in
mango.
with my nuts and an Oreo cookie, and
Look at that.
then
Isn't that
there we
beautiful
go.
ice cream?
We
The
got the
reason you're gonna
nuts
slap
and all
away
that
every
stuff.
day
So
is because
that's
it's so
what we
easy to
got.
clean. One,
That's what we're doing.
two,
And that
and
is all
pops
the
open
whacking.
like that, like
you
a
know?
butterfly to
'Cause, yeah,
clean.
this
Now these
guy, that guy. So, you know, and what we're doing today, what the painting technique that we use has nothing to do with putting legumes into a machine, beating the crap out of it, and then pouring it over ice cream. That's not how to paint your miniatures. You don't want to put your You like my miniatures? You're gonna love my miniatures. I put my miniatures in there, and I'm just gonna slap and slap. No. But yeah, that's not what you're gonna do. Yeah, you're not gonna put you like my toys. We're gonna slap chop my toys. We're gonna put my toys in the thing, and then we're gonna hit our toys with a hammer. Then we're gonna spread them all over the bathroom floor and wait for our parents to walk in the middle of the night when they got a piece, so they can step on all of them, and they could be like caltrops, and you'll feel like a knight. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna slap them up. You're gonna break all your toys. You're gonna put them on the floor. That's what you're gonna do. You don't. Your parents don't let you have Legos or D4s. That's okay. We're gonna slap chop all the rest of our toys, and we're just gonna put them all down there. Yeah, no, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing today. Although don't get me wrong, you know, if I did slap chop my toys like that, my mom would probably just, buy more Hot Wheels racing tracks. If you're black, you know, and if you know, you know. None of us like
Ooh,
those Hot Wheels.
that's painful.
Huh?
That sounds painful.
Well,
If I'm thinking of,
yeah, it's not. It's no more painful than making your parents step on a D4 or random Legos everywhere. That's the warfare. That's what Fox News should be talking about. That's the real generational war. The real generational war is in between um, the parents who step on sharp toys, the children who leave them there, and the grandparents who buy them. That's what it's really about. So yeah. And it looks like the chat is really going off about the slap chopper. we got 13, we got 13 down there saying the sad part is it doesn't work. I know, because I picked up.
really?
Yeah, like it works for the first day, but I'm real heavy handed like my mom because I have big, strong hands. But I couldn't hold on to them. I couldn't slap chop the
Oh,
racing
don't
snail.
do that.
I
Don't
couldn't
do that
even
to
slap
me.
chop the stupid bat. Yeah.
Oh my God. You just got me in the feels right now with that reference.
Oh. Well, it's okay. One day I'm going to show you pictures of the last pictures that were taken of me and my horse. Uh,
Oh, come on.
his fault. He was stupid. He was a stupid horse. He had to try. He had to care for me, and he couldn't. Stupid horse.
And now the nothing's gonna get the horse. Great.
I should have slap chopped that horse. So no. What we're gonna
I'll tell you what you should have slap chopped is that nothing.
You can't.
You
Slap
like my
chop
nothing?
the
I'll
nothing.
slap chop this nothing.
You can't slap chop the nothing. The nothing is the emptiness that's left when mankind loses their hopes and their dreams, also known as when millennials got the bills for their college loans. So,
Damn. Oh, again with the feels, man. My childhood.
Where's the lie?
My adulthood. Good God. This cake is a lie.
Yeah. The cake might be a lie, and so is the idea of getting a job after college. So,
right?
But like I said, I had a slap chop, and since I have big, strong hands, I used the slap chop twice, and the thing just shattered. I went, clap! Oh, really? Oh, Yeah, we even got Clever Little Vixen. Can you slap chop a swamp? You like my swamp? You see this swamp? The swamp makes you sad. We're gonna put the swamp in the slap chopper, slap it up. There you go. It's gonna be the swamp of indifference. No. You put the swamp in the slap chop, and you're just gonna hit a turtle shell. If you know, you know. So, so yeah, that's the whole thing. But yeah, so a dude, I forgot his name. He called the painting technique the slap chop because you're essentially just slapping paint on a mini. It's one of the things I want to talk to you, Heather, and you guys about is there is a huge community of painters and stuff on YouTube and on Instagram, and it has what I call the influence. Okay, the influencer effect, in and of itself, is when you have influencers that make everybody around them feel bad for not being as pretty, as rich, as happy, as talented, or living in such a nice place. Like, I live in Los Angeles, okay, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. But yeah, if I took selfies outside of my place, you ain't gonna be seeing palm trees and fucking Robert De Niro. What you're gonna be seeing are homeless people, garbage cans, and a few other things. So the whole idea of this influencer culture makes people feel bad, really, really bad about what they have access to. And I recommend a lot And when I say I recommend a lot, I mean I often recommend to people that they look up YouTube videos and stuff to watch. But one thing I found is that when you're looking at Instagram or trying to learn stuff online, you get a lot of people. I mean, like a lot of folks. Okay, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of folks out there that um are really really talented, good at stuff. So they show you their painting stuff. This is something I came across when I was first studying to be a musician. And YouTube had come out and hit stuff, but there were all these instructional videos, and I remember I used to watch a guitar instructional thing on PBS with this cool little British guy, and he would go through stuff and he would say, "Okay, now follow along with the sheet music," and he was cool because he went slow. But there's so many instructional videos out there that's like, okay, so today we're gonna work on something different. By the end of today's lesson, you're gonna play just a simple little piece that I composed that I'm playing on PBS because I can't get a record deal and I'm angry about that. So let me play you a little piece of it. So today, that's what we're going to do. um, Pick up your guitar and very simply place your left hand here and your right hand here and slip into your Zen state, be possessed by the spirit of Jimi Hendrix, and then call Eddie Van Halen and see, simple. Now join us next week. You know, like, am I wrong?
No, it's like that with almost every show that does that sort of thing, where it's like, I'm going to teach you how to do this, whether it's cooking, music, sculpting, yoga, whatever you want to do. Everybody goes about it just over your head.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. That whole Mitchell and Webb sketch with the Gordon Ramsay alike going, what, mate? And it's like, dude, you're a better cook than me. I mean, you come in here with all this stuff and you did this thing with potatoes that may as well be magic as far as I'm concerned. And it's like, I think the thing was local food cooked simply, and it's like by you, cooked simply by you. Yeah, it's easy to put paint on a miniature and push it around and get something that looks like a museum piece, right? But yeah, there's not a whole lot of videos of people that are like, "Hi, I'm just starting and I kind of suck. So let me show you how to do this from the ground up." And when I saw that, I said, "Opportunity." So that's what we're going to do. you know, Now you're brand new to painting as well, Heather, right? You haven't painted
That's
miniatures
true.
and stuff, you know.
I have never painted miniatures.
And there's a lot of people out there that I know have never actually painted miniatures. Again, back in the deck shows a lot of people, a lot of new stuff. And I'm appreciative of that. All right. So, materials that we will need for this are really simple. We're gonna need some paint. Of course, you always need some paint. All right. And one of the paints that I use, and I love using this particular paint. It's called oh wait, it's not even right here. These are Army Painter Speed. Okay. Now, they just released Army Painter Paint 2. There were a lot of complaints for a while because the Army Painter Speed Paints, the first editions, if you tried doing more than one thing with them, they would presumably um, reactivate after they dried. Okay. Reactivation is essentially they would get wet again and start leaking.
So like kind of like a Jerry curl, you got to use that activate it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, it was like the speed paint itself would be like, bust it, Jerry curl. Now,
Woo!
essentially, you would think that the paint is dry, and then you would go for a layer on top of that, and the dry paint would get wet, and then eventually, all you would do is wipe off all of the work that you did and did 20, 30 minutes before. And a lot of people were complaining about that. Now, I will tell you guys flat out, I didn't have a problem with it because I don't tend to layer. Okay, I put the paint on the miniature and then I move on because Army Painter, the brand, is a brand that's for me. And what I mean with that is when you're learning how to paint, okay, there's so many things you can. Now, the wisest thing is to understand what paint. So, what paint is, specifically acrylic paint, is you have an acrylic medium, and the medium itself is a liquid. It is a liquid um, that has a bunch of crap floating in it. Crap that's floating in it are pigments. Now, the more expensive your paint, the finer the grains of pigment that's floating around in that medium. Now, it is possible to buy just plain medium, right? Like this, this is 32 ounces of airbrush medium, okay? And this thing was like $20. Awesome. And this is really thin and all that stuff. It's an acrylic medium. This is the heart and soul of acrylic paint, airbrushes. And then you can put medium of some kind in this, either powder pigments or in my case, let me grab one that will show up on camera, ink. Okay. And there are lots of brands that are out there. I like Liquitex ink because it's $7 for 30 milliliters generally, and most of my inks, like I go through so much brown, so much brown. But this thing was like $7 or $8, and I've had this like a year and a half now,
That's
and
not bad.
yeah, it's not bad at all. I used to use Reaper. I used to use Reaper. When I first started painting, there was a company called P3, and that was from Privateer Press. And I like Privateer Press because I was playing a game called War Machine, which was the game that Privateer Press produced. Um, and essentially, Army Painter is essentially the biggest troll to Games Workshop that there is out there. Now, let me explain about this. You saw some acrylic paint on sale at a Walmart or something, was it? Where
It was Rite Aid. Yeah, it was
Rite
at
Aid.
Rite Aid,
Okay.
and yeah, I was gonna ask you too. Um, why does Games Work doesn't Games Workshop want you to use specific paints too? Now I
Yeah,
thought we're trying to go for that.
their paints, their brand paint. Now, we got Gray Ghost 82 saying, yeah, Citadel paints. Citadel are from Games Workshop. Now, here's the thing. That thing I was talking about with the medium and the pigment, um, with stuff that's made for miniature, from companies like Army Painter, Vallejo. Yeah, I say it correctly, okay? I live in LA. Almost everybody here at least speaks Spanglish. And it is spelled V-A Vallejo. That's not Vallejo. It's not Vallejo and it's not Vallejo. It's Vallejo. Um, Although I also say Pedro, unless I'm there and I'm talking to a local. In case I say Pedro. Um, but
Mm,
um, so when I talk about the fineness of the grain, okay, the finer the grain of pigment, um, the more vivid the paint is gonna be. The easier it spreads without breaking down and looking like um flaky. When I say flaky, um, think about okay, think about
mm,
paint like
craft herpes.
huh?
Oh,
Yes, craft
I
herb.
said craft herpes.
Yes. Think about paints being like glitter in water. The water is the acrylic medium, and the pigments are your glitter. Now, there's some glitter, like the stuff that you used when you were in kindergarten, that had really big pieces of glitter. It was like sequin. And then there's that stuff that you practically have to wear an oxygen mask. So fine. It's like glitter powder that goes in things like the paints used on cars and stuff. Okay, you see the difference between the two?
Mm-hmm.
Can you picture
I
it?
do.
Okay.
I can picture it.
So, the stuff that you'll find in regular places like Rite Aid and stuff like that, or what's known as craft paint, have larger, um, have larger pigments. The pigments haven't been ground down to stuff, but the stuff from like
So
Vallejo,
it's
Army Painter, um, Citadel from Game Workshop, that stuff's pigment is super fine because it's meant to go on tiny things. Now, there are other brands, and this is where we get into the artists' brands. Now, artist brands paint are weak because it literally is you get what you pay. You go to Michael's, you'll find tubes that look like those are basics, like basic paint, right? These are the plastic ones where you can paint inside. Those are mid quality, and they're really good for painting terrain or painting on a canvas. But then you'll come into the brands like Golden. They come in actual toothpaste looking from metal, and a little bitty tube like that will cost like $18. Y'all know the stuff I'm talking about. Um, that's the super fine, really big artist paint. And if you're beginning, if you're just starting out, don't do that. Do not do that. Back in the deck's policy to say don't buy sports car as your first car, you know, because my mom used to call it the bump car, and that is the one you're going to make all your mistakes with. That's the one you're going to back into parking cones and accidentally rear end people when you're trying to learn how to parallel park. And the one that when you're driving and you don't know if there's an island there, you're going to hit in the middle. You know that car I'm talking about, Heather.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that car was not my first car. My first car was a brand new Toyota, excuse me, brand new Ford Focus.
And you
That
learned,
was
didn't
my
you?
bump car. Yeah, I learned that you better pay that bill on time or they'll come get that car like they did.
Fair, fair. Now, my first motorcycle was a 1976. Um, it was a 1976. I believe it was a Yamaha XL 750 trip cylinder. Okay. And here's the thing, it was old when I got it, which was cool because it was as old as I was, which meant when I put that thing down, I wasn't concerned. Was I gonna go out and buy a 2002 Harley Davidson Dynaglide? God no, no, no. That's not what we're doing. So, we got people coming in, taking out, and all that stuff. Um, so what we're doing with the slap chop technique is we're using the stuff from Army Painter. Army Painter, my favorite brand of paint, and I'll tell you why. I don't paint display pieces, and for the past 20 years, Army Painter has painstakingly paid so many people so much money to figure out how regular people who like playing games can paint a buttload of miniatures decently and put them on the table and play. And Citadel doesn't do that. Citadel is made for painting display pieces because they're owned by Games Workshop, and Games Workshop will tell you all day that they are not a miniatures company, they're not a game company, they are an artisan sculpture company. All right? But,
So then,
yeah.
okay, real quick. So then, are the paints that they produce or have you buy from their shop, are they artist quality or is it just like that stuff you get at Rite Aid?
Oh, no, they're artist quality. I mean, um, you
They
know,
better be as much as they're charging.
right, because in my hand is what is that? Baltazar Gold. Look at this thing. This little pot, Games Workshop Baltazar Gold. Now, I'll be real. I did not buy this. Okay? Did not buy this. I have a friend who neurotically goes through purging period in his life. And when I say neurotically goes through purging, He'll get a bunch of stuff, and he's like, "Up, I don't have any space in my house. I got the new stuff. I don't want the old stuff." Beep boop beep. Hey, Solar. I'm like, "I'll be right over," and I get all the stuff because this thing of Baltazar Gold, which is maybe 2 fluid ounces at best. Two, yeah. Yeah. This little thing right here is $9, and technically, it should last a long time, but major corporations are tricky. They're really, really tricky. The shape of this leads to this thing falling over, and you end up spilling seven of your $9 worth of paint. And once it's spilled, there's no getting it back in here. Hate these guys, but I have them. The Vallejo Air. This is about $6. Um, but it's the same amount as here. But if you notice, hey, what's going on, Cyber Drake? Yeah, we are on that tear because we're painting miniatures today. But this is a 101 lesson for anybody new. Yeah, paint stains on the table, right, and on the floor, and don't forget your shoes and your hands. Okay, paint stains on your hands. All right. And so yeah. But yeah, but what are you gonna do with the child Tylenol applicator after the next, you don't want to be like, okay, cool, I saved all my paint. Oh, my son is sick. And then your son's like, Daddy, why does this taste like lead belcher? It's not really a thing. Um, but this is model air from Vallejo, and but it comes in a dropper bottle. So you go drip, drip, drop, close, put aside, and then when this falls over, no spill because there's a cap on it, and you can't accidentally knock it over because you're not pulling directly from the pot. So that is a real big thing, a real big thing. And so yeah.
So then, is Games Workshop open to suggestions? Because I feel like a lot of this could be solved by just throwing a little helpful hint in their suggestion box when if they have it.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked a naive question, didn't I?
Well, only in the sense of you're asking if a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a 33% profit margin is open to suggestions about how to improve their product so that people need to buy less. So,
They're not gonna do it. They just won't.
Oh, we got Cyber Drake Luca saying, GW will sue you for suggesting.
Wow.
Like, you put our product in a legal document and we've got a trademark for that. We'll see you in court. Oh, wait, they're British. Yeah, so you used our trademark within a document, even though it was addressed to our person. So we will see you in court. Please call your barrister. So yeah, I mean, that's just
Call the best. Call the best.
call the schoolmaster. It's definitely one of those things. Which again, it's their prerogative and all that stuff, but there are other companies. And Army Painter said, all right, so you play that Games Workshop game? Oh, you play Space Marines? Yeah, they're mostly blue. Here, have a blue that's almost indistinguishable from the Games Workshop blue in a spray primer can. So you just spray paint your whole models, do a little bit of edging, and then put it out there. And then they released a second product called Dip. And it's essentially floor lacquer that after you get your miniatures base painted, which is essentially you just choose your colors and you put it on, but you don't worry about highlights or shadows or anything. But you just get it pretty much all your colors blocked in, and then you dunk the mini in the stuff and it does the job, and then you put it aside. And they had it in 3 tones: light tone, dark tone, and mid tone. So you're going, I want my figures to look dirty and grimy like they've been at war forever. So you would spray paint all 100 of your little Space Marines, and then you would take a metallic paint like your gold and put in all the gold on that, and then you would go and then put it aside, and the next day you've got a finished army. Versus people like the influencers that we see on YouTube that go, I worked on this Space Marine for 9 hours. And don't get me wrong, they worked on that for 9 hours, and it looks like 9 hours. But we're working on Blessed Sisters today. We're gonna do about 10 of them, okay? And we're not gonna take 9 hours to do it. Um, Now, Games Workshop did take a suggestion, and they released something called Contrast Paint. And Contrast Paint said, "We'll do most of the work for you. Prime your minis in white, and then use them." And then they said, "Yes, isn't that great? Isn't it fantastic to be a beginner? Now, if you prime it in black and then dry brush it in white and use our stuff, you're all the way done." Yeah, isn't that awesome? Don't you feel like you're accomplishing something? Cool. So guess
No,
what? Huh? What?
I said no.
Oh no,
I
really.
said no.
It really is it really is a great technique. As a matter of fact, it's the technique that we're going to be going over in real time today. The Games Workshop
But
reply to
what if you
that.
don't want to spend that much time painting a mini? I mean, don't get me wrong, minis are great. And I like the techniques that people use on them. And like, I like the differences that I see in the details and everything. But oh my God, it looks like it takes so long.
Well, that's the thing with the technique that we're showing. Some people are like, "I spent 9 hours on this miniature painting every little line and then doing edge highlight and object source lighting and blah, 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 blah." And they go, "Look at my thing." And you can almost hear the angelic choir when they hold it in their hand. It's like, "Ah." And it's like, "Yo, what about the rest of your army?" "Oh, I'll be ready to play with you in about a year." And I'm not exaggerating. I have friends that I'm still waiting to play games with. But with the slap chop technique in Citadel Paints, it's like, you know what? You did this mini in 7 minutes. Don't you feel accomplished? It's like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Let's get this stuff on the table. And Games Workshop is like, yeah, it's awesome. So for that one color, that'll be $15. Because the Games
Bastard.
Workshop motto in order to play in their stores is that your minis have to be at least three different colors. So we're talking, if you're going to use, yes, three different colors. Three different colors. So when you paint your minis, if you want to use the contrast paint, um, you have to spend $45 in paint just to paint your army, and your army already costed you $500 or $600. So Army Painter comes in saying, "Hey, those contrast paints are pretty awesome. You know what? Bet we could do it. Bet we could do it for less." And they did. And they came out with the Army Painter series. Now, I only bought the Army Painter starter kit because I don't have a whole lot to invest up front. Not that it's not a reasonable price. Okay. I'm just broke most of the time. I mean that's just it.
Mm.
You know. But their starter
Story of my
kit,
life.
yeah, right. But their starter kit that comes with 10 colors, all the colors that you need to paint miniatures, including one for painting flesh, was $40. You know, $40 for 10 pots of paint versus $15 for one. So Army Painter came out and said, "Value for money." And of course, people are like, "Oh no, blah
Mhm.
blah blah." It's not as good as Games Workshop stuff. And I'm like, it's not supposed to be. But you know what it does that Games Workshop stuff doesn't do? And they're like, "Oh, what? What? You think you're better than me?" I'm like, "No, I don't think I'm better than you. I'm just saying I play more games because my stuff is ready to go on the table." you know. So we're gonna use that same said slap chop technique. If you like my nuts, you're gonna love my nuts. We're gonna put all this stuff in there and we're gonna do the nuts. So, and we're gonna go through these one step at a time. Y'all excited? Because I know I'm excited. Are you excited for this, Heather?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited.
All right. So I've done the army painter technique before, which is prime the model in all white and just put the paint on there directly from the pot, which is what the directions on the box says. But I'm deciding to go the second technique, a little more time consuming. And by that, I mean it adds about 5 minutes per model, you know. So let's head on over into the hobby hall and see what we got. And guess what? Um, I put your face in the hobby hall as well. So aren't we awesome? Yeah, let's head over to the hobby hall.
Ooh.
All right, guys. Yeah, so here we are in the hobby hall. So this is the model that we're painting. We are painting, I say this is the model, we're painting 10 of these. Now, I initially primed them in white. But I'm like, I want some deeper shadows. So I took a black ink last night and I just covered it in black ink. That's all I did. Okay. And when I say I covered it in black ink, I literally took a brush, dipped it in black ink, and went, bah! Now, what I love about this technique, okay, so this is practically black, and I've got a whole lot of dark stuff in all the folds. Come on, focus. Focus. Okay, there we go. All right, so I've got all this in, right? So you see like all the feathers and all that stuff. So the next step for this painting technique, all right, is really simple. Now we are going to dry brush a bunch of gray, all right? Now, here is the thing. Dry brushing is a technique where you take a brush that's mostly empty of all of the paint on it, but there'll be little bits, and then we're going to softly and carefully, meticulously, if you will, brush all of the elevated parts with paint. Okay, that's what we're doing. Okay, I'm putting on gloves because I work with gloves, and I have some cork here to dry off the brush once I put the paint on it. But this is a real thing. Now, a lot of people are like, I don't like the dry brush technique because it makes everything look all chalky. I get where you're going with that. And here is the truth of it. It does make it look chalky because dry brushing is a little bit of a misnomer. So in order to avoid that chalky technique, I'm going to take a little paper towel with just a drop of water on it. Okay? And that is what we're going to use for dry brushing. You need a little bit of moisture. Yeah, just a little bit of moisture in the brush to help transfer. So we've got this dark color, right? We've got this, now for the grisaille or slap chop technique, you're supposed to prime your models in black. But I'm not going to do black because I've already primed these. I don't want to spray paint them again. So I just kind of dipped them in some ink and let them dry. That was what I did. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a gray paint. Just a gray paint like this. Okay. I'm going to wipe the paint off the side of, then this, I'm just going to wipe off. Okay, now as you see, I've already wet the brush. So yeah, I'm going to wipe off the mess. And when it looks, hey!
Nice.
Thank you very much for
Nice.
Anomalous Daniel. All right, so now that we got that going, we're just going to take whatever paint is left, and we are going to gently and meticulously, very softly and gently, like a tiny dancer. Hey, thanks, Gray Ghost. Yeah, softly and meticulously, like a tiny dancer. Dry brush on top of this. Are you ready? Because this is going to be really, really special and sensitive. Because when you're painting miniatures, you have to be super careful to preserve detail. So we're going to take the brush. Hey, thanks, Batman. Or should I say Batman? Oh man, of course it was 13. Just throwing out all those gifted tears. I love you, man. Love you. So yeah, we're gonna take this and we are gonna carefully, dry brush the gray on top of it. So here we go. We're gonna go on and, all right, there we go. Yeah, and that's what we're gonna do here. So as you guys can see, I'm lightening it up, and you can see the difference on the front and on the back, or should I say before, after. Okay, you see the difference between the two right there. I had to do all that over there, and that's just what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take this and we're dry brushing, and literally this is the whole technique. This is all of it, every single bit of it. Okay, wipe some of that off, and then boom. This is it. This is the thing. This is, oh my God, yeah. Now, we're meticulously and carefully paying attention to no, screw that. The important part of dry brushing is making sure that you do it all in the same direction. So my dry brushing is going from the head of the model, from the head of the model to the feet of the model, right? Head to feet. You know, there's an old song, you know I love you from head to toe. I know. That's about it. So, and this is literally it. This is what we got to do. Okay? That's all. Like, this is dry brushing. This is it. And we're doing this with a gray color. Okay? And the gray color is super important because these establish what are called midtones. Now, there are going to be certain places that your brush can't reach. Okay? Like, I'm not going to be able to get in here under this dress. Well, guess what? The cool part about this technique, and one of my favorite parts about this technique, is if your brush can't get there on the mini, chances are light can't get there either. so, so you literally just paint what you can reach. Okay, and everything else, how can I put it? Nobody's gonna, anybody who picks this thing up and examines it are gonna be doing what we talked about last week, which is picking up your stuff and looking for flaws. And you can tell them to put that card back in the deck because you didn't ask for any tips. Okay, most of the time, people are going to be looking at this from 2 feet away. And from 2 feet, this is going to look fine enough. Some people will be like, well, I can see that you forgot to paint the 16th feather from her spinal cord on the back of her jetpack. And with that, I'm going to be like, well, guess what? Shut up. Because they're my toys and I do what I want. And second, and this is a big one, shut up. I mean, seriously, that's just a really big thing. They're my toys. I paint them how I want. I'm like, I'm not painting your stuff. I'm painting my stuff. So that's
Nothing worse than an unwanted critic.
Exactly. Well, there is a sharp stick in the eye.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you definitely service them with that, but still.
But yeah. So these are my midtones, and oh wait, I should get in there at the very, very top. And so if you can see, we're comparing contrast before dry brushing, before, after. Look at them right next to each other. Okay. But this guy right here, you can't really see any detail. This one, you can see it looks more human shaped. Okay, so we're going to do that to the other 9. So we're going to take the same brush, the same gray, make sure there's a little moisture on it, wipe it off, and go. It's like talent in a brush, right? This is literally it. This is all I'm doing. Now, the thing is, this technique does not work well if your models are smooth. If there's not a whole bunch of detail on the models. Because dry brushing picks up deep, which are raised areas. And so on these models, these women have clothing, which has a lot of folds in it. They have feathers, and those feathers really pop, And again, this is the gray color. And if you're wondering why I'm just kind of rushing through this, I'm not. I'm literally just not talking to show you guys how fast this goes. Okay, yeah, there we go, there we go. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna add just a tiny bit more so I can make it a little bit brighter in a few places. Now, I've been experimenting with object source lighting, and what that means is I do something called a zenithal highlight with my airbrush, or with my dry brush. And that is, I make the top of it, or the zenith of the model, a little bit brighter than the lower sides. and that is to symbolize the sun hitting the model from above. That's my object source. Okay? Yeah, that's my object source. The source of the light that I tend to use is the sun. You know, not that I'm being egocentric, it's just I'm being. Yes. Accelerate. Dry. All right, we're good. So move on. There a little bit, get in there a little bit. Done. Next model. Again, this doesn't have to be, this does not have to be high art. All right, we're making toys. Toys to play with. Top of the head. Get some of the arms. I like the feathers to pop. So I want to make sure I can get a whole lot. But what's important is not to push really hard. You don't push. You just drag. Okay? And the reason that you just drag is because when you're dragging, the brush only hits what's raised. And it leaves the darker stuff below where the brush touches. And that brings out shadows, or the technical term, contrast. The difference between light and dark. Okay? Now, when we're done with both sections of doing this, the model is going to look like it was filmed in black and white. That's what we're looking for. Okay, see? There you go. That's it. That's all we do. That's that whole thing. For model number 4. Model number 4. Like I said, you have to be careful and meticulous at this with a super light touch. Oh, come on. This joke is funny. Super light touch. Bah! And this is the technique that I teach to like 2nd grade. See? Look at this. This is it. This is it. This is done. Bada bing, bada boom, bada biddity bit bop bop. Moving on. 1. I told you this was going to be a long show. We've already been here. Okay, Neon. Take a look to your left. Take a look to your left. That is your bridge. Look real close underneath it. You see that pad? See that little Japanese bamboo pad? That's going to be for you when I have to put you back under your bridge. Smoking the wrong stuff for high art. Terrible. It's a family show. Right? I need a little more moisture because I'm starting to look a little chalkified. And yeah, so thing is, with a lot of these techniques, if you find that you're working hard, then you're not doing it correctly. And yeah, here we go. Just a little simple overbrush. Get it done. Now, if you guys are noticing, I'm getting this step done in about 1 to 2 minutes per mini. And this is what Army Painter and even Citadel and a few other companies have gotten on this band. Now, this was a technique I thought about when I first learned paint. I didn't know about the overbrushing, which is what we're doing right now. I didn't know about this, but I always liked the way that inks look. And you can do this with straight up ink if you want to, but it's a little more difficult. You really have to get your undercoating done well, and that's a more. And I can show you the technique. I just can't do it in a way that would inspire you to try. Get me? Good. What are your thoughts on this, Heather? Talk to me.
Well, it's hard for me to give an opinion because I can't see what you're painting, but excuse me. But it sounds exciting.
All right.
It sounds riveting.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't quite see it. Dude, turn on the channel. Open up another window.
Derp. Derp mode has officially been activated. Um,
So yeah, but like I said, this technique is actually kind of fun. And when I say fun, a lot of people have known me for a long time, and some of them are in the chat. And they've known that I hate, and I mean hate, prepping for games. I can't stand it. Um, and painting miniatures has always been a thing that I've seen as prepping for. I'll tell you why. The people I first started playing miniatures games with lied to me, or they didn't lie maliciously. They forgot to tell me that a huge part of the hobby is crafting, and for them, the majority of the hobby was crafting. And if they had told me that, I wouldn't have started this hobby. I really wouldn't have, because crafting miniatures not my bag. I actually like making. Um, I know I'm a weird one, but I like making terrain because when I was a kid, I grew up on cartoons. And cartoons were giant toy commercials. And then when the commercials would actually for things like, GI Joe and He-Man, um one of the things that they had that I always loved were playsets. You know, it's like, oh look, I got a Skeletor. I don't give a crap about that. I want Snake Mountain. Skeletor without Snake Mountain is just a dude. And if I had Snake Mountain, then I could use Snake Mountain for anybody. That was my thing. I could make little origami dogs and have them running around Snake Mountain. I would have been cool with that. So, the terrain was always my, especially because I didn't know the technique and I hung out with elitists. Okay, so I fell into the mindset that made me feel bad about themselves. You know, it's the, well, you have the potential of being this good. All you have to do is practice. I'm like, but I don't want to. Not to mention, I don't like spending all the money it takes for these to get these many, and then I have to glue them together, and then I got to paint them. Why are these toys that cost 3 times more than toys I grew up playing with? Like, they're 3 times as much, they're half the size, and I have to put them together? That does not sound cool. um, but the games were actually pretty cool. It's one of the reasons that one of my main minis games for the longest time was HeroClix, because they came pre-painted. I can just pull them out the box and I can play because I like playing. But at the time, it was a lot like it is now, where Games Workshop essentially was ubiquitous within the hobby space. Sense of, if you want to do anything involving a hobby, you got to go through Games Workshop to get it done. And I hated that because Games Workshop is way too expensive. Um, I mean, when I was working at the game store, I saw the Eldar Avatar. This is their great big, super, super powerful elf that was about the size of one of these Blessed Sisters that I'm holding. And when I put the price tag on it, I lost my mind because the price tag was $70. And I'm like, what? A friend of mine calls it goblin pricing, something Games Workshop's been doing all the time. And I'm like, goblin pricing? He's like, yeah, like a goblin runs the shop. And I'm like, oh, I get it. They're going, heh, heh, heh. Well, if you want the thing, you have to pay our price. Ooh, berries and cream, berries and cream. So, um, but I was with Privateer Press and they didn't have all the restrictions and they had their own paint, but they had their own paints at a lesser price, but they were fine even in the official tournament scene, of which I was a judge. with people painting their minis whatever. There were no color codes. There was no lore that said if you're in this color, then this is what you're playing. The teams were determined themselves. I like that. I like that a lot more. But I hate it. So I specifically picked a team. And one of my favorite color schemes, still used to this day, which is that white or khaki with a metallic blue color scheme with gold trim. Yes, very Mighty Ducks. Primarily because I could prime my minis in white, do a little highlighting, and I'm done. I'm finished. I don't have to do it anymore. Okay? And there we go, guys. We literally just got through the first dry brush of all these minis. Okay, it's really that simple. Next thing we got is we're going to start with the mini that we started with because it should be dry. This is the assembly line. And now we're going to take a straight white, like not diluted down, not mixed with anything else. Gray. Now we're going to do white, but we're going to dry brush. We're going to do less dry brush for places because that will show where the light is literally coming. This will really give us a sense of highlighting. That's it. Literally a standard 28mm model. This step take about a minute. And there we go. That's it. Now, if we go real close to this, you guys can see this rolls and for all that light. There we go. See? So, and that's it. All right. So, again, go to dry brushing. Dry brushing gets us kind of to kind of color with some. Second, gives us more how these. So now we just move on and do it again, the other ones. And then we get to the quick, easy, fun, and creative part. Right? Again, this one has a much lighter touch, much faster wipe, and really you only have to hit parts one, maybe two strokes. I like my highlights to really pop, so I might give like 5 or 6. Because I like bright models. I'm not a fan of grim dark. Look, it's a puppy. Isn't he cool? Oh no, he's dead. You killed him. Feel bad about it. You know? There we go. Number 2. And we're going to do this with the other 8. It's really that quick. So this is a quick way to get through your pile of shame. There we go. The important thing about these light strokes is to avoid brush strokes. We don't want it to look like a brush. So we want to barely touch it. Go about it. Boom. Couple really light strokes. One of the things I've noticed with dry brushing, a lot of people like using of the bristles. Here the tip. I like to use the side lead. That way it's like the side puts the paint on and the tips smooth it out. There we go. Boom. A little more places that light can get. And you know what? I'm gonna make her just a little bit. There we go. And see, depending on the grade that you want, you can do these shades and highlights with more and more subtle colors. Go from black, dark gray, to less dark gray, to less dark gray, gray, to blue gray, to lighter blue gray, to white, if you're being an artist. I'm not. Exactly, clever little vixen. Great payoff, little effort. Isn't that the American? Isn't that what we want? Here we go. And again, if I'd known about this technique 20 years ago, I would probably qualify for Golden D, because this is a really cool technique that gives you just enough payoff, show your project your progress, and can inspire you better. One of the things I do when I'm teaching is I try and give whatever my students lesson. They might not go as far as they want, but I can at least go, you didn't get all the way, but look at what you did. There you go. 22,000 of points on. I am trying. I have to learn like how to do that kind of. Actually, 13's in the house. Hey, 13. Since you are my administrator, could you come up with some cool point prizes and make that happen? That would be really cool, because I don't know how to do it and I don't know what's cool. I'm a 45-year-old man whose kid grew up on the internet. I don't know what you're looking at. Tumblr. And I go, okay. I know Tumblr as somebody that does a bunch of backflips, or as something that people out of. All I know. There we go. We got that. You see how the model is not white, and you can still see a bunch of black and all that stuff in there. Boom, 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 boom. Good. And we give X or Y meta currency for the game. It's true, but we don't actually play any games like video game or any games that have currency. I run D&D. You know, I give demos of miniatures. But, you know, again, any suggestion, definitely hit stuff like that. Uh let's see. Because you're not the only person that talked about the point. As you and Neon are having whisper conversations. Hey, let's do something conspiratorially. Yeah. Let's remind Solar how much he sucks at being a streamer. So, where you at, Heather? Or are you just like mesmerized?
I'm here. I was trying to set my Twitch up and it didn't work on my tablet, so I had to go to my phone, which I'm using right now.
Oh.
And I can finally see what you're painting there. And it looks exactly like a pair of bones that you would get from like a game store.
Mm-hmm. Wait, a pair of bones?
Or gray. You know, Bones, the actual company, I guess, that
the
produces
Bones line from Reaper. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a big that was Reaper going into soft plastic. Say, hey, our stuff is already cheap, but you want some more and cheaper stuff? Here you go. Yeah, one of the guy that introduced us, or not the guy that introduced us, but the house that we were at the day that you and I met. Because you know, if you guys are wondering, if you guys are old-timey fans of the channel, we were at the Viking's house, my old co-hosts, and the Viking kickstarted the Reaper Bones line. So he was getting,
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so he was getting all these boxes of minis, over and over and over and over. And I'm like, how are you getting all these miniatures and where you gonna put them, dude? You know. And he was like, oh no, I kickstarted the Bones thing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You have a job. Jobs are funny. No. There we go. Yeah, we're just going. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Ooh, look at that. Oh, now she's got, got some detail. And as you can see, I've been painting for less than an hour, and I've got most of this stuff done on 10 different models. Okay. Versus I spent 9 hours on this one model to get it absolutely perfect. I'm like, yeah, within that 9 hours you spent on that one, I painted my army store and I played 3 games. That's what I'm in this. And again, I'm not trying to give crap at all people who prefer the crafting app. Okay.
There's
Seriously,
nothing wrong with crafting.
nothing at
Absolutely
all.
nothing wrong with it.
Nothing at
It's
all.
just
I
if
got respect for you guys.
you I was just gonna say that it all depends on your preference. If you want to spend that much time on something like that, hey, by all means, go do that. Be you. But me personally, I'm not that chick. Beep peep. I I'm more about, hey, let's play. Let's hurry up and play. That's my thing. So the way you're going about this is a pretty cool strategy, and I think that I would probably use the same technique.
Oh yeah, you probably will. Um, boo 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 boo. Done. Done. All right, look at that. And one more.
Huh?
Okay. Now, yeah, see? Again, because again, I don't care. As long as these things are identifiable from I'm good. But I fell in love with this technique because as I learned it, the models that I was playing with looked 5 times better than I even wanted my models to when I was stressing. I was trying to GITGUD.
GED?
No, I graduated. Um no, GITGUD when I was trying to get good. um,
Oh,
you know. So there we go. This is what we got. Look at this girl. Yeah, she's awesome. You know?
nice.
So yeah, that's all 10. Let's take a quick break because I want to smoke. Um so here we are. Yeah, we're back in here and this is fun. So yeah, so what we have on this is we literally have just put the undercoating in for 10 models. That is 2 squads or 1 big squad. Okay? It's not that critical. And what meticulous detail was I doing? That that's what I was doing because I don't care. Okay? I really, really don't care. Now, the thing that I do care about, and this is a big thing, all right? The next step in this going to be um is going to be our colors. Right? Now our colors are going to be interesting because I'm going for a khaki. Now I mixed up a khaki from Vallejo Air's yellow. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you. And um Creatix opaque white. Now Creatix is something that I found at the art supply warehouse. And this thing was about $15 for 5, 6, 7, like for 4 ounces of white paint. That's the same quality as the Citadel paint pot. Why so different? Because this is artist paint made for airbrushes. So I've been using this for my whites for a good year. So I mixed up the yellow and the white until I got and a Vallejo Beastly Brown. So we're talking 1 drop of yellow, 1 drop of brown, another half drop of yellow, and 5 drops of white to make khaki. Okay, we're making beige, brown and beige. But I'm also using um this is speed paint medium from Army Painter. Like I said, I got the Army Painter speed paint starter set for $40. This cost another $5, and what I use my paints and desaturate the colors. And this was another $5, and you can get this anywhere that sells the stuff, you know. And so we're gonna take our regular paint that we mixed up and use contrast medium to dull it down and to make it a little more transparent. Essentially, we're mixing up a contrast khaki because the contrast khaki color comes in the 2.0 set, which I don't have. The Army Painter 2.0 couple hundred. Let's see. All right. So yeah, so that's where we go. So let's head back to wait, I said I was gonna take a little bit of a break. That's part of my ADD. I stop because I have to gather my hat jack. Then Tacky. Oh, it's in my pocket. So yeah. So what are you thinking about the stuff that we're doing, Heather?
I think it's very great. I think it's good. It's not about quality as much as it is quantity here, and that's the only instance I would say that works. Um, I definitely see the usefulness of the slapstick, or
Slap chop.
grain slap chop.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
This is not a comedic technique.
slap myself.
Yeah.
Slap chop. Sorry about the slap chop. I definitely like it because you can get a lot more done quicker. And like I said, I want to be the person who starts a game and ends it quickly because and we got other things to do besides hanging around at the game shop.
So, now the thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna go into the place and we're gonna head back to the game gallery and get our paint color. Okay, because this is an interesting. Always have to have a plan. Let's head back. Hey, look at this. All right, cool. So yeah, you have to have a plan. Now, I found an old paint, and again, most of these Vallejo paints I got from my really good friend on one of his very neurotic things. And this paint is Model Air Copper from Vallejo. Okay, copper. And what it is the color of copper patina. Now, the thing is, I have never opened this paint. And it's old, it's separated, probably needs to be mixed. It's just in some terrible shape, most likely. So, I'm going to do the thing that you got to do with paint every once in a while. And oh my God, yeah, it's all chunctified. I thought so. Yeah, oh, chunctified. Like literally, I'm sticking this in here and it should not be solid. But I like the color. So, since I can't use this paint, we are going to have to try and mix our own. So I'm going to take some of this Citadel High Lord Blue from the starter kit, or not Citadel, sorry, the Army Painter High Lord Blue. And this blue is very, very dark. So we're going to take our speed paint medium and we are going to desaturate, get it a lighter color. 3, 4, All right. So see this, I want to be my highlight color. Nope, still too dark. Too dark. And what do you do when your paint's too dark? Add a lighter color. This is where my white comes in. Because I want this, in a nutshell, I'm trying to get this paint to be about as light as this. I'm thinking a color that, paint that color along with khaki will be good. Kind of a baby blue, a powder blue type of thing. And these are going to be my highlights. And if I can do that properly, then yeah, that's about right. And yeah, so we got this and that. This is a little bit lighter, but I can live with it. It's kind of blue jean blue, kind of. And of course, my metallic highlights. Yeah, I can do my metallic highlights all day. I've chosen gold. So here's my khaki that I originally mixed, and my khaki that I made into the Army Painter paint by using the Army Painter medium. And so now we go about using the Army Painter technique. Now that we have all of our undercoats done, what I want is I want her outfit. The outfit to be mostly white. I want blue highlights. So we're just gonna now see if we're doing this properly. Yep, we are. This is a thin coat, and the paint acts like more of a filter so that we can see all of our shadows and stuff through the paint. And that is what gives it the tone. So I want her cloth khaki. Khaki cloth. Khaki cloth. Army cloth, that is khaki. But her armor, and her wings are going to be that baby blue. But if I see something that's cloth, it's going to be painted khaki. Khaki color. Khaki. I always start with the leader when I'm doing stuff. I feel like I'm accomplishing. The leader's got to be looking relatively. Now, when you're doing Army Painter stuff for this brisé technique, really thin down paint, it's always best to choose your colors and paint them from light to dark. Because your dark colors, you got to be a little more careful with because they'll cover the light. So, as you guys can see, you can see the difference in khaki color. Out there? There, yeah. Oh, it's a little khaki. And as you see, I literally just slapped the paint on. Thus the name of the technique. Slap it all on. All right.
Slap chop.
Slapping it. Right? And that's what we're going to do with the other 9. Slap, slap, slap. There we go. Now, some people would ask, if you're going for this paint scheme, couldn't I have just dry brushed in the khaki color? And the answer is yes, but I figured I'd show the entire technique in case people choose the color that isn't khaki. because this technique works for red and blue and all that other stuff with slap chop. You guys have seen me do this on Hobby Hall tons and tons and tons of times. This technique is what I use to paint my alien bugs that green purple. Yeah, moving on. Next color. Let's see. Yep. Not next color, next model. And my favorite bit about this, because of the nature of the mediums, I don't have to thin down my paints or stuff. I can literally just slap the paint on. Slap it on. Slap, slap. In there. Boom, slapping it on in there. That should work. So, yeah, this.
It looks really good.
Huh?
I said it's looking really good, especially the layer of khaki that you're putting on there. It looks really good. Or it's starting to is what I should say.
Yeah, she's coming together. Yeah, they're all coming together. And like I said, I don't like spending all day painting models or feeling like I have to spend all day painting. I'm not that person that enjoys it, nor do I do that thing we talked about last week, which is aim for improvement in everything I do. I aim for another 3 inches, don't get me wrong. But if I don't accomplish that 3, I don't beat myself up over. In many, 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 many of our episodes, I always made it a point out to never forget your initial intention. My intention for this is to get these what's called table quality. And because table quality is all I want. You know, I want to be able to play with these things, and for that jerk in the store to walk past my table and go, well, they're painted, I'll keep walking. That way, I won't have to worry about the cops being called when I raise my voice. And you'll get a lot of Instagram painters, professionals out there saying, yeah, you slap chopped it, but now let's try and make your model look good. You can tell those people to put the card back in the deck. Because not all of us want to be. Some of us like playing. And this is the compromise. Now, there is a huge amount of people in the miniatures community. Some of you are even in the chat. Have a problem with playing with mini or playing against someone that's not painted. Now, I'm not going to lie. I've never been that guy, but one friend of mine who is very good at articulating for me gave me a really good reason that he prefers models being, and why he is kind of down with WYSIWYG. I will explain that phrase. WYSIWYG. WYSIWYG. Known for what you see is what you. Now, I see the marketing tactic in this and I hate it. So I don't play WYSIWYG. But WYSIWYG is essentially whenever you make your model for any game, whatever your model has on its character sheet or on its stat block or wherever it is you're putting, is represented on the model. So if your robot has a great big axe, then on the character sheet it shows a great big axe and what it does. And now, this was really made popular by Games Workshop when they were taking over the market with Warhammer 40K. And then they made it mandatory to do WYSIWYG when you play at their stores. And what's the reason for this? Well, they didn't sell weapons packs, but they sold the whole model that had the weapon. Focus. Um, yeah, they sold the model with the weapon. So, if you wanted to use the weapon, you had to buy the model that had the weapon. Now, if you wanted to put the model or the weapon on a model that didn't have the weapon in that kit, then you had to buy an entirely whole model to take the weapon from that model and put it on the model that you wanted to use. And then they took it a step further and started only putting certain weapons on models that came in model packs. So if you wanted, say, a plasma gun, you had to buy an entire new unit of intercessors to get a plasma gun. So you want one little plastic gun that you should be able to pay $1 for, but you have to spend $60 to get the team that has the gun so that you can take the gun from that team, put it on the one model that you have, and use the gun. So I can't stand that. However, on the upside, because we are fair, there are a lot of people that played with the armless gray horde. And these are bad sports, like bad faith actors, who were known for not putting anything on their stuff and changing the loadout of their team. You. So they never painted. They're like, oh, well, this thing is, that person's army or vulnerable to energy weapons. So when they played you, their army had nothing but energy weapons. And when they played someone who was vulnerable to up close fighting, then their armor had or their models had but chainsaw swords. You see where this is going? And so that's one of the reasons that he's down with um and this is where communication is in. I don't do WYSIWYGs and I do change up my lists kinda sorta. Since I'm not a modeler, game player, again, that's not better or worse, it's just something different. I always make sure that he can look at the table and know what my army, especially, I color code my units. I literally do Roigi bit with my units so that there's never a question of which of the uh, which um which team I'm using or are these you know are these the bikers with the chainsaw swords or are these the bikers with the machine gun pistol? No, no, that's it. You know, so yeah. So I color code everything. Like, okay, so on this list, the stuff with the red marking is this, stuff with the blue marking is this, stuff with the yellow marking is this. So there you go, and it works out rather well. But then again, I'm not very. Okay, so yeah, head and shoulder kit. That's true. You buy the models and the kits and have the bases. They're trying to come around because 3D printing, and with 3D printing, it is a little easier to do WYSIWYG, but I don't bother. Um, like,
So,
yeah,
aside from the obvious disruption that it's gonna cause having 3D printers, why else would WYSIWYG and other companies like them be afraid of 3D printing? I would think they'd want to jump on the bandwagon of 3D printing.
some companies have. Some companies have. Mostly independent companies. As you know, I'm part of the for one, but I'm also part of the page for a company called Dark Age because they came up with a soldier model that I just fell in love with as a proxy for the Primaris or the Prime Brothers for one page rules. There you go. There's all the khaki. All the khaki has been done. Now we go into some wacky stuff. I say wacky stuff. This is where we start putting the blue on and really making some stuff pop. Okay. Now let's go for the model that has the little brush. Okay. So what we're doing now is we're going for a darker color. I've got a smaller brush. I would normally have on my second set of eyes, but that's so I'm going to start with shoulder pad. Start with the shoulder. And I'm going to make their wings. If I don't like their blue, then I'm going to go going to have to go if I think. Now as I said, I'm making for armor pieces. So I'm looking for every solid thing on here. At the model and like elbow pad. Now, what I like about this technique, feel, actually, change up plan. I'm not feathers, but I am going to backpack. Metal. And again, these gals are orange. Give them some. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So these companies come out with really cool stuff, and they either charge a print or sell the STLs and give licenses like me that use printing service or that are printing. So but other companies are like, nope. If people want to do the 3D printing, they're not doing our thing. I'm like, yeah, guys, you're limiting your market. And a lot of people, ooh, there's a lining on this. Yeah, let's lining some of the if folks are going to be limiting the market, that's unwise across the feeling on this.
Bad for business. It's bad for business.
Yep. So,
you know, they got to pivot, or else they're not going to make it.
yeah, there's a really big debate in the world because interesting thing, and Neon and Cyber Drake can back me up. Oh, what size is that brush? This brush is a 1. It's a 1. A lot of people who are fans of Games Workshop talk about Games Workshop like they're like doing anything other than money to get up is like stopping their like Games Workshop needs to make their money too, blah 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 blah, and it's like, dude, they make more money than. And there's a YouTuber that I watch who I laughed at folks because yeah, a lot of folks are saying, yeah, well, if you don't like their stuff, vote with your wallet. You know, you don't have to buy stuff from that company. And then he showed a clip of the episode of The Simpsons where Mo ended up doing something bar, and it became like a family bar. Couldn't cater to Homer. Homer's like, well, you just lost a customer. There were so many people in there, Mo couldn't hear. He's like, you just lost a customer. And people were like, I like to pay. I'm sorry, Homer, I couldn't hear you. What was that? You lost a customer. Excuse me, Mo. I gotta pay. I gotta pay. You lost a customer. I'm sorry, Homer. I'm sorry, Homer. What was that? You lost a customer. Oh, here you go, Mo. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So yeah, I mean, this is also the place that I tend to when people are like, well, we're gonna boycott this company. And good luck cutting game because they literally
They'll make
got
their money. I
well,
said they'll make their money.
dude, their stock prices went up 111% COVID because
Gee, I wonder why.
they got a bunch of new players that started playing and painting. You
Oh
know,
yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm not doubting that.
here we go. This is looking pretty. Focus, focus. See how we're
Yeah, I'm
getting.
not surprised that Games Workshop has, players and people buying their stuff even during COVID. COVID was a time for what you're doing exactly right now for players to do that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it really doesn't surprise me that happened because this is a hobby. It's time consuming if you want it to be, and it's a no brainer, really. You got tons of cash. You can't go anywhere and spend it. What are you going to spend it on? Let's go spend it on miniatures so that when COVID's over, we can have an army ready to go and play at the Games Workshop.
Yeah, and even
Bada
if we
bing,
don't,
bada boom.
yeah, and even if we don't have an army ready for game, aha, that's what I'll do. Now I'm doing a different technique. This is blue. This is a color technique, kind of checkerboard. We got blue. Now I'm going to be painting these pipes of gold, and then there's white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blue on the feathers underneath where the gold's going to, so that we have a little more contrast and we look at these feathers. Gold hits it, it's going to be a nice yellowish color against.
Yeah, that's going to make it really pop.
That works. Look at that. Look at that. Look at her wing. Sound of her wings. This. See, look at what we got. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's really. Well, we got to do it on the other side. Vernal wings. Ooh. Now I'm taking a little extra time because I'm doing like 4 or 5 colors, and I pick models with. But if you had, say, or the standard battle system, or bugs, or orcs, we'd be done now.
I was just about to say you'd probably be done or halfway done.
Yeah.
I'd say right now you're almost halfway.
No, because this is the first model I'm putting blue. I'm paying a little close attention to this
Well, I meant
particular model
you're halfway done with more than halfway
because,
done with that first model. Yeah.
well, this model is my leader. So yeah, got her on the back. Yeah, we got a little bit of that. And that's looking good. I like this color palette. Really do. I made a good choice. Yeah, look. Because once we add the metallics, base, yeah, this is gonna look good. Okay, but yeah, there's that. Poof, done. Now that we know what we're doing, we're gonna get the rest of these women have less armor. Gonna get that done. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, and they have tails. Boom. There. Elbow. Now, I would be going faster, but I have one of those things look funny. Uh, it's the headband with the magnifying glass, but I'm not going to string eyes together. Shoulder pad. Pads need. As you guys can see, part don't take a whole lot. boom, boom, and one of the rank and files. Right here. There.
Grey Ghost would like to know if a leader has more detail.
Generally, yeah, leaders do have a little more bling. What I like about this company, amongst Grey Ghost, is their rank and stuff comes out in the sculpt, not the paint. So we compare the two. Really easy. Different. Got a gun sword. Got the little cloak. Got dangly bits. It's got a whole lot of different stuff. Versus one of the rank and file. It's also got 2 crowns on it, and this one wearing a hood. So yeah, and I really like that. I like that idea for the design. You know, let the leader have some swag, especially in things that in mostly war. Um, yeah, you know what? If you survive, you deserve some stuff. You deserve a few extra things, and they should be visible. I believe that everything should be really easy, so that there are no questions. When the new player can see, like, oh yeah, this must be the leader, this must be the second in command, this must be. I'm going good. That was because the hardest part of is stopping. All right, now what's that? What's that do? Same thing it did last turn. Okay, now what are these guys? Are those for last turn? Well, what are these guys? Oh, I didn't do the wing. Pick up the.
Ain't nothing but a chicken wing.
Right, ain't no thing but a angry nun's wang. Wing, not wang.
Yeah, I'm like, you might want to
That's a different
rephrase.
thing. Yeah, I might. You're not the boss of me. No. Again, family friendly. There we go. Now, the next time we do, I'm not working on the Polkabot. Neon Arlecchino, that name is sticking. Um, I will probably pull out something. Age of I really like the band. You know, anthropomorphic great cat or that have great big kind of down. I'm not even the biggest fan of cats. I preferred Jesus Christ Super. Ah, telling dad jokes. That's why you guys are here. I'll tell you what. I'll stop telling bad jokes. Else in bed. Go.
They're really chomping at the bit for that.
Oh yeah, they are. You're chomping at all the bits I should be putting on. All the bits in my bits box. Oh, oh, look at that. But yeah. Oh, all that up. Doing something weird. From not going to be using a lot of because metallics are like they're not my secret weapon. They're my model. So if it's a robot, it's silver. Shut up. I'm playing. But lady, primary, they're the ones I like playing. So I'm giving them a little extra, a little something. Not a whole, just a little something. Look at my going. Yeah, those are solar systems. If fishermen got them, then W should. It's true. Uh, but all right. Moving on. After this, we've only got one color left. That's our gold. And once our gold is done, then the mix is done. And our damn day. Great. I like moving because I have a grand total of 71 sisters that I have to paint.
Oh boy.
And real talk, I kind of want to have them done by the weekend. Because this weekend, this Saturday, AfroCon Capes and Curls are coming back into town, and we are having a meetup at the Guildhouse Games in Bellflower.
Yay!
That's
Woo!
right. Where there will be board if, just if, I get enough printed, we're gonna have a paint and tape where I teach and give a couple more demos of Grim Dark Future and possibly that all depends. Present Friday. So if you guys want to help out with that, the event is free. It doesn't cost anything. Well, it might cost $5 for still talking to Charles. But yeah, it'll be a good time. Anybody that knows me knows that all you gotta bring is yourself. And everything. Everything. There we go.
So if you're in town, come on down and we'll have a good time now. And hopefully you'll spread this around.
Oh, you're really working that ound, huh?
Round,
Rizzo, you
round.
are not.
That's another website. Don't go there.
Price, you're like, yeah, no, all you need to do is show up and bring your body, yada 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 yada.
I hadn't thought about that.
So yeah, and that's why I'm the host of this show. I can tell all the bad jokes and get the emails and people. Why are you? That guy is crazy. You're better than that. You should have your own show.
Oh,
You
who
can
me?
like,
I
yeah.
should have my own show.
Yeah,
I did.
That's what I
but,
see people telling you.
Who me?
That's your reply. I did. I have my own show. It's Wednesdays on Gaming Fix or Twitch.tv/Gaming Live. Don't you listen?
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about gaming in therapy, specifically D&D in therapy, or therapy with D&D. That's something that we were going to be covering eventually.
My feelings are
not sure
hurt.
when. Probably. What?
Yep.
Why?
Applying role playing to something important in life like therapy, and y'all didn't call me. I should be a guest on that show.
Oh.
Like, oh, and our guest speaker.
Wait a minute.
Hey, what's up? And it's not like Gaming Fix is buying my coffee anymore.
Ouch.
Don't worry, I'm
just hitting us in the low Ted's not nads. Game nads, man.
Hey, I don't know how to fight. I know how to win. That's what my mama said. Mama always told me to pull a man's hand, kick him in the groin. I said, but mama, ain't you supposed what about never kicking when he's down? And she said, boy, do you know a better time?
I don't think so.
Mama, you kind of mean. And she said, what you saying? I said, nothing. Again, if you know, you know. I remember my mom used to say all the time, watch your tone, boy. And don't let your mouth write a check. So, yeah. Oh, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. But again, at 2.5 hours, I've got most of 10 minis. We have 1.5 other colors. I say 1.5 because I gotta paint their face. And with the army paint, it's gonna take less time to paint dry brush. Because the paint does all the work. Fan of that. I don't like working. Unless my work. So, if you guys appreciate that, find value in what we do, then follow these links I'm putting in the chat right now. That way, you can do a one-time donation, buy us a cup of coffee. Or maybe matter of fact, if we get a donation of $40 or more, we can get her for her speed paint.
Yeah! Woo!
To show that y'all like her. Yeah, show that y'all like her by giving us money. No, I'm kidding. Not really. But no, it's no obligation. Grew up broke. Actually, I grew up poor. I know that a lot of y'all are broke. The whole thing. I do have a really cool, now that my sister's living with me. I got an extra hand to help me along with some stuff I've been means my patrons are boxes very soon. Like hopefully I'm gonna be like, wow. And I'll be like, yep, I was able to get back to work. So that's a lot of time signing my ads and making sure stuff that they I hate is when you sign up for something to get all the perks and then not really.
Black and White Now in Color asked, does Heather have an Amazon wish list? Currently, no, I don't. I think I had some stuff on a wish list and then I don't know what happened to it.
Told
But
somebody
I
what it
will
was,
set
and
that,
then when you blew out the candles, the
probably that's probably what happened, but I don't know. But I'm probably gonna set that up later today and put some stuff up that I'd like, as a nice, how do you do, or a nice little thank you.
like the Army Painter Speed Paint starter set, but not the 2.0 because that's like 200, which is well worth it. Don't get me wrong, but watching this channel, I don't have a whole lot of money to show value for.
Well, your participation is very much appreciated, but we love when you come onto the show as well
We'll talk,
and
yeah,
just listen.
and shit. That's the big. I appreciate subscribing, and if you can afford to give subscriptions, cool. But if not, just share it. Help some of the stuff that we talk about go viral. Other people, um, other people. That does help us out a lot. Stuff I want to do, like the builds, um, the pink foam alone for a battle board is like per battle board. So as much as I want to do stuff as big as Orbazorb, who does one single rendition of Gondor for when he plays the Lord of the Rings game, that would be so awesome. You know, But yeah, that's a lot. We got to pay rent and keep it on and all that. So the more subscription stuff that we have, and the more participation. One of the things I was doing in Las Vegas was set up with the company that present I swear by. I've been 3D printing a lot of years, 5 years, and a lot of resin that I've bought prints up with really nice details. My problem is that it's brittle. So you put them in the thing and the sword breaks. And there's other companies that do stuff. I know Soraya Tech, really good resin. It's essentially the same resin of the minis board game. That stuff is $100. Essentially, you can use it to type thing. Um, and it's still cheap than buying stuff on the screw. 40K army at 2,000 points averages about 500. And using the Soraya Tech stuff plus buying the bills average about 300, which dollar discount. But the mini resin stuff I really like, and their stuff $50 for a liter or 100 gallon. Well worth it because the models that I've made with this company have not broken really as if you guys do minis like we do minis, y'all know swords, antenna, whips, there's always little fiddly bits on minis that just break off because of breath. So you need to have a little flexibility in the stuff is great, it is. So when I was in Las Vegas this looked them up and I tried to get a sponsorship and they're down and love that I love their product and this wasn't corporate speak, but um I don't have enough followers on social media. Back in the deck doesn't have enough subscribers here on Twitch or so when I say like subscribing is free guys, but it helps us out a lot. That's what I mean. If I had 8,000 subscribers, then they would be sponsoring the resin that I talk about anyway. I would be able to print up way more minis, give away way more minis, way more tanks and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, um, so share our stuff. Subscribe to us on all the places. Super shouts out to 13 for giving out 10 tier 1 subscriptions. Awesome. Um, and if y'all know anybody that, would benefit from the life lessons that we go through, life coach, and playing the game, learning about how to get into this stuff without paying top dollar, there are stuff with those. Them subscribe on YouTube. Follow Back in the Deck on Instagram. Twitter, all those social, so that we get leverage to go to companies and say, look, this is the work that we help us out, help us get out there and addicted to you guys instead of games, backing you guys instead of Wizards of the because I'm not that guy that's like let's they have done something that Wizards of the Coast is trying well marketing, they're trying to make anonymous. um Not all role playing are Dungeons and Dragons, just like not all comic books and not all mini are Warhammer or or Warhammer or Warhammer. You know, there are dozens of different games. And currently on the internet, we are in the middle of something called Other Game Control, which is why I'm talking about One Page Rules, Carnivale, Star Wars Legion, and Star Wars Shatterpoint, which is coming out, I think. So that's going to be, along with games like Malifaux and Dead Zone, which is one of my favorite ones, or even One Page Rules. Oh no, I love One Page Rules. They do everything right by my book. So, including a low barrier to huge. So yeah, I'm big on all that stuff. Um, but yeah, if I had a larger internet presence and stuff like that, one, I would have more time to do TikTok videos, and more energy. So so we start pulling it, they'll have to take like
Yeah.
and
I thought
warehouse
we
work.
don't love you as the Easter Bunny.
I love being the Easter Bunny, except for wearing the suit and getting sick from kids and throwing their children at you know, like, hey, you're the Easter Bunny, take my baby. Like, you realize I'm a 6'4" biker, right? Like, if you saw me on the street,
Mm,
would you be doing that? Because I'm wearing a great big creepy costume, and you're like, take my baby.
wow. So yeah, you love your job.
No, I do. I find it funny. Find it funny. But again, I couldn't be a teacher. I'm not a big fan. Love the kids. Love
But
the
you
kids.
deal more with the kids than the parents. I think you deal more with parents being the Easter Bunny than you did at being at a school. But you know what? That doesn't mean that you wouldn't deal with them at all, though, either.
It's true, but I don't have to deal with them as regularly. As it did.
Hmm.
Interesting thing, who would tell a 1 year old to? I was thinking about this when it came down to it. Oh, thanks, clever little vixen. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe on the YouTube. Again, that stuff is only a couple of clicks. It doesn't cost you guys any money or not even any calories. Just click. That's all. Just click it. I only do one post a day. All right, so now we got all 10 of our ladies out here. Look at these girls. All right, so the next thing that we got to do is gold. I love gold. Gold is so. Look at the gold. But I want to take a little bit of a break. And by break, I mean I got to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to turn you guys over to Heather. You know, so talk to the
Yeah.
people and tell them the real truth about what you're seeing here and how you know, like if you're really inspired to do it or you think that it's a possibility that you. I'll be right back.
Well, the
Oh,
real
you.
reason why I'm inspired to do it is because I really want to have a baby, but I can't have a baby right now. So, what I can do though is invest in a bunch of miniatures and paint them up as if, I'm spending the same time as having a child. Quality time with my miniatures and quality time without a kid. Yeah, I don't need a kid because I'm a big enough kid of my own in my heart. I choose to believe that one day I will have a child, but right now it's just not the right time. But what is the right time for? It's time for miniatures. It's time to paint some miniatures. It's time to play with miniatures. It's time to do whatever you do with miniatures and just, you know, do your thing. But yeah, I definitely want to say that the truth of the matter is with the miniatures for me is that I saw a barrier to entry as far as like dealing with games workshops and their merchandise. I'm like, wow, this stuff looks pretty. And then I look at the price and I'm like, that price ain't pretty. So I'm glad that Solar is able to 3D print and is making me an army eventually at some time or one point or another, I'm really glad to know that I can go to him, or if I know another friend who has a 3D printer, I could go to them as well. But I don't want to undercut solar. So um, I I I'm excited. I'm really excited to know that this is gonna happen. I'll have always wanted to play with miniatures, but I never knew any games outside of 40K to do it with. And war games wasn't something I really seemed interested in anyway. And I think that it would have had some of the same problems as 40K does with price and, keeping up with the models and everything. But when I saw that you could paint miniatures, that's when I really got interested into them, because it was like you're crafting something that you're going to use later, and it's not just going to sit on your shelf. You actually play with it, and that really interested me. So I'm still interested in getting into miniatures, just not 40K. But 40K, like I said, hey, you guys are cool. I like it. I'm not saying that Games Workshop is a monster, but you guys do have that barrier to entry. If you're targeting a certain market, when you only want players to play with your specific miniatures, books, game by your rules and by your specific paints, you're really just trying to cater to a specific market. And that market is the elite gamer, I would say. Solar might call it something else or someone else, but I generally believe that someone who plays Games Workshop's official stuff and runs um, Games Workshop's events and things like that, or goes to those types of things, I generally think they're kind of snob. Not because they treated me badly or anything like that. It's just that's the market that is out there. And most folks who I've talked to who are into 40K, if you start showing them your 3D printed models, they're like, oh, that's cool, but it's not Game Workshop worthy, or it's ridiculous. It's like, no, it's not Games Workshop affiliated or anything like that, but it's still a miniature. It's still something you can play with. Oh, you just can't play 40K then? No, it's not that. And you know what? I don't want to play with 40K players anyway, because most of them tend to have an attitude about their style of play, and they get butt hurt easily, and everyone goes home angry. So why would I want to play something like that? I don't want to go to a game where I'm like frustrated and mad that this person blocked my move. No, I want to have fun. I want to have fun. I want to have a good story to tell somebody. That's really what I want. Um, but yeah, in case you're wondering where else you can catch me, you can catch me over on twitch.tv/gaming fix live. That's GAMINGFIXXLIVE. And just, tune into us on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, as well as 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we talk about different games and different things as well, whether it's video games, miniatures, or, mobile games. That's mostly what I play with. I play mobile games because I can't afford a console right now, job and all that. I'm working on it. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do. And I definitely hope to see some of you guys pick up One Page Rules and get invested in it as well, because it's actually really it's a really interesting game. It's really fun, and it's super quick and easy and fun. I just love it. But let's go to the chat here now. Have I tried 40K Tactus? No, I have not tried 40K Tactus, Leonardo Lucchino. But I know there are probably some players who I've met who probably have played it, but I haven't played any 40K games at all, just because that barrier to entry is there. So other than that, trying to think. Oh yeah, if you want to email me, you can email me as well. You can email me at mellowcello007 or mellowcello007 @gmail.com and shoot me off any ideas or anything like that you might have. And I think Solar's back, so I'm gonna bring it back to you, Mr. Nope, never mind. My bad. I was just about to get into one of the topics that Frank wants me to talk about. Frank is my host. I co-host on his show, and that's on Gaming Fix Live. But excuse me, got a lot of phlegm today for some reason. Um, yeah, yeah. So on Gaming Fix, we were discussing therapy and D&D, and the D&D movie just came out not too long ago, and we're definitely I'm interested to see the new D&D movie. Honestly, I really am. I hope it was a lot better than the other one that they put out several years ago with Dane and Wayans. One of the Wayans brothers was in it, and a lot of
Hey,
people hated
Jeremy
that one.
Irons was a national treasure with that, right? Because he even made it clear that now is the time to act. Not any other point in the movie, but yeah. Yeah, now I'm back now. I'm back now.
No
Um,
worries.
I was listening to what you were saying about the D&D movie. I have not heard a single bad review about it. I'm like, it only
Awesome,
took
awesome.
30 years for them to get it right.
Well, at least they got it right finally.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Dungeons and Dragons Part 2, The Book of Vile Darkness, was not bad. Oh, sorry, that was Part 3. Yeah, Part 3, The Book of Vile Darkness, was not bad. It wasn't good by any stretch of the imaginations, but wasn't bad. And Part 1, yeah. Yeah. Um I will say this. I'm an unfair judge because I'm a fan of Thora Birch. Okay? Especially back then. For American Beauty. I'm like, okay, you know what, Thora Birch, do a thing. She doesn't emote, but you don't always have to. You know.
Does she emote any less than you know who I'm talking about, right? From the girl from Star from
Okay,
Twilight.
look. Kristen, yeah, Kristen, I forgot her name. She is really, really good. She is a very good actress. It was that script and that director that killed it. um,
Oh.
because yeah, I know she seemed like an emotionless cow in that movie, but that's no, she is a really good actress, really good actress. Um, and
You're
I've
not
seen
just saying that because she's attractive.
no, no, not at all. Because whether or not
Be
she was
honest,
attractive,
Solar.
no, seriously, I mean, it's not like I got a shot.
Okay.
You have a better shot with her than I do. You know.
I didn't realize she was a part of the community.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, she's on that Lady Gaga level as well. So she's really
You're making it sound better and better all the
yeah.
time.
But of course I am. But yeah, no. But she's a great actress. I forgot the name of the movie. Neon will probably know this. If not, Part Thulu might. Which is there was a movie that she was in. That she is a member of a crew that is underwater. They're at like this underwater station. And essentially it goes south. Like it's essentially Sea Lab 2021 and
hmm
essentially it's an underwater mining facility and they wake up Cthulhu. And she's really good in that movie. Like really good. Yeah, that's where we So, let's get back to it. We're going to do a couple of tricks here. Um because the tricks that we're using are going to be interesting and quick. Um, so let's get back to the hobby hall. Um, so what we're going to do is we are going to push all these girls out of the way, clean up my little area right here. Okay. And we are going to take, here we go. We're going to take Vallejo Air Metallic Model Color, Copper. That's like becoming my signature color here. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to color the pipes, metal bits, copper. I really like the copper because, well, like one or two swoops and we're but after we get done with the copper, we're going to do a little dry brush gold so that we brighten up. Going to make sure all the pipes and her copper hands. There's some brown bits and stuff on this, like belt buckles and things like that. But we ain't gonna worry about those. Like I said, I just want to get these. Um, but I want to make sure that even a person will see that I did colors or colors, colors in a metallic. So I can be like, one, they my toys, shut up, and two, shut up about my paint job.
So, Prism Effect in the chat says movies cannot take the place of one's imagination. It's like playing computer or console games before actors did the voice. Imagine what the characters sounded like better than hearing them. Same with movies that are not as good as the books, because imagination. I'm typing like a turtle, so this was relevant 20 minutes ago. LOL. No, it is relevant now. It's relevant here and now.
You know, I honestly think it's a matter of taste, matter of, like I've read thousands of books over my life, and some mediums are better for stories. Um, like honestly, um, I like the Twilight movie.
Really?
Yeah.
I like the books better than the movies.
I really liked the Harry Potter movie better than I like the Harry Potter books. Oh. And yeah, I know J.K. is not exactly someone that we talk about, but there was a time the work that J. Rowling put out positively affected it.
You're not wrong. You know, I don't condemn the work. I condemn the person behind
absolutely.
the work.
Absolutely. My stance on that is, um, um, I'm black in the United States, okay, and that means anything that I like probably going to be problematic. Okay, 10 years from now, the only two in my life, three people I've looked up to in my life on a celebrity stance that were not defamed by the time they were dead or dying. Sidney Poitier, Barry White, and Prince. That's it. Nobody else. Okay. I grew up loving Michael Jackson. We know where that went. Um, and I listen to metal. I can't tell you how many musical artists that I have loved over the course of my life. Just as bad as Bill Cosby, because those times that we lived in. Or worse, way worse. Okay. Example, Eric Clapton, really racist. Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins, along with Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. I've seen them both on Alex Jones.
Who's Alex Jones? I know that's a talk show host, but who's what?
Huh?
Who is Alex Jones? I realize it's probably a talk show.
That was for the meeting last night down by the dock start.
You didn't invite me to that, so what dock was it at anyway? I don't know the docks.
Pier 23.
Oh, I got it reversed. I went to 32.
Hey, your dyslexia.
I'm not dyslexia.
No. Neon, Mr. Rogers is holy, and no one will ever speak poorly of him. Period. Not even in the apocalypse, but I'm saying the ones that look like me, as it were. Because Mr. Rogers Never did anything wrong, but Jim Henson was a womanizer. Ray Charles was a womanizer. Paul McCartney had lots of sex with women that were high, and he's still alive. George Harrison and Eric Clapton are really racist, and I'm talking like every Middle Easterner needs to get out of London and England racist.
Mm.
Yeah, so do I burn my Beatles collection? Do I never listen to Megadeth again? I mean, I wasn't a big fan of Smashing Pumpkins to begin with, but hell, even Neil Peart from Rush, which is my favorite rock band of all time, I think might have been a
Oh,
Randy
that
and objected it.
bastard.
Hmm?
I somebody and Leonard Aquino just clarified who Alex Jones is. He's and I said, "Oh, that bastard." Yeah, he's that one guy who's always talking about some bull crap on those spouting off conspiracy stuff, and
Oh
I
yeah,
know who he's talking about. And it's just like, and the way he comes off about it is super dogmatic.
yeah. And I've seen the lead singer of Megadeth on his show, along with Billy Corgan, the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, talking about it's an important thing that he's doing, and it's great that someone finally speaks up about. So, does that mean Countdown to that album? You know, do the allegations that were still never proven against Michael Jackson mean Thriller doesn't slap? So, so speaking of that, yeah, I enjoyed the Harry Potter movies more than I enjoyed the books. In a lot of ways, I
Uh,
enjoyed the Game of Thrones TV show more than I enjoyed the Game of Thrones books. And I
hmm,
love the books, but the prose get a little stupid sometimes. And when I say that, I mean I
yeah,
don't need 81 pages. Ooh, that
81 pages.
I'm being hyperbolic, but if you guys have read Game of Thrones, you know
Okay.
what I'm talking about. You know, and I love every Stephen King book, sort of, because I also don't need 81 pages describing a lamp, unless that lamp is intrinsic to the plot. So yeah, oh yeah, and yeah, Cyber Drake is bringing up Al Jorgensen and um Trent Reznor, i.e., Minish Nine Inch Nails. Yeah,
I didn't know Trent Reznor was
kind of a
bad.
weirdo. Kind of a weirdo. He was pretty
Kind of a
bad.
weirdo.
He was bad when Nine Inch Nails was good.
We're not talking about that kind of bad where it's like they're so bad, man. All right. It's like,
No,
nah, man, you're bad.
no, this ain't the '80s. We're not saying that bad means good.
Okay.
So yeah, here we got here, and you see how I'm just like plowing through this copper, just putting it on there. Here we go, putting it on, throwing it on there.
That copper almost looks gold though. It's making the wings look really beautiful. And the
Exactly what I
edgings
was
that you've
hoping for.
done.
Again, the whole myth of, oh my god, the detail. Yeah, I could put on my headband with the glasses. Buster's. I have one, but I'm not making art. I'm trying to get my toys to look. That being said, I'm almost even of a dry brush on top of the big. And just giving some again, this is with number one brush, in case you're wondering, Great Ghost. Um yeah, there we go. A little bit of character. Not a whole lot, just a little bit.
Just a little pop,
Yeah,
a little shine.
that's exactly the word. Pop. Trying to make certain parts of the model pop. That's it. Nothing critical, nothing. Just, oh yeah, that's a thing. Here we go. Yeah, got the ladies. So, and again, we're almost done with these, but literally, I've been at hours at almost 10 miniatures done. And real talk, these are almost table quality as it is. If I wanted to add more bling, if I wanted to add a little bit more, I could, but I ain't gotta. Paint did work. Gotta see
Mm-hmm.
if I have that white. I can put the white over. I might put a wash on. Might put a wash and really popping out. But yeah, this stuff doesn't have all that big. But what's important is you know what models are which table, which I think is fair. I
And you
could get enough.
know what I really
Yep.
go ahead.
No, no,
I was
no.
just saying what I really love about this is you're not being a perfectionist about it and you're getting it done, man. You're getting it done.
Exactly it. Again, I'm painting toys. I'm not making art. Now, am I putting this stuff up on Instagram and asking the world to critique? No.
No, that's asking for trouble.
That's like getting involved in that conversation about if no. No, I'm not going for that. That is a conversation all not. But again, my toys, I do what I want. Fortunately, on my bathroom break, I was able to works off of the bikers.
um
Hmm?
I want
Or
to say something about the chat, but it's not related to what's happening.
what's going on in the chat? What are those goofballs talking about now?
Oh, they're talking about Biden and how he's not Trump. Specifically speaking, from Cyber Drake Luca. Um, I One of the other things that they mentioned was the protections for the LGBT persons and such. And I didn't realize that there were a lot of protections being put in place by Biden. So kudos to Biden for doing that because that's a protection for me too.
That's nice to know. However, Cyber Drake, you know better. You know this is not a political channel. you know,
That's why I
unless
was like,
there's
it's not related.
I mean, yeah, but y'all shouldn't be talking about that anyway. We don't want to, you know, I don't want that kind of smoke with this stuff. If I did, I would be talking about Tennessee. See me talking about Tennessee? No, not talking about Tennessee. Again, that's for our meetings Tuesday night down by the docks. No, I mean it is well known and well documented. Back on the Deck's official stance as an ally to all who do not preach hate.
Preach, brother,
You know
preach.
that's the thing. So if you say I'm just exercising my rights, but you exercising those rights take rights away from other people, specifically the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of freaking happiness, then we got a problem and you're not welcomed here. It's really that simple. We're here to enjoy things. And if you can't enjoy things, somebody else is miserable, or you can't enjoy things because people that aren't like you, I promise you, you have a crowd. Some place to go, but that place. And I'm not
I
I'm
wish there
not
wasn't a
scolding
place.
you, Cyber Drake. I know you were down, ally. But yeah, we talk about because that can just not all of us here are progressives or liberals. You know, like a lot of the Deckers are concerned. what I call the right kind of, which is they have their thoughts, they have their want people to be free to be who they are. So
And to be fair to Cyber Drake Luca, he said that excuse me, they said that the discussion started with talking about their favorite bands and their favorite bands only doing well when they're angry at politicians
yeah, or
or a
angry in
particular
general.
politician.
Yeah, because we did bring up Ministry and Nine Inch Nails. Because, when rock bands are hungry, they got that eye of the tiger that we talked about.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true. And yeah, we're on the same bro, I got you. I got you. Like I said, I know you're down. Cyber Drake does more work with children than I do. Cyber Drake.
Oh, I wasn't saying he was or wasn't.
I'm pointing
I
out to
wasn't saying
people
that he
who
wasn't.
might be watching. No, Cyber Drake is down. Cyber Drake is go up to troll and um Drake is buddy food and air thing. In fact, he's one of the best men that are part of the Back in the Deck organization. Putting that out there publicly. Get that he's here holding it down ever since he's joined to seriously.
Nice.
Which is why I'm saying you should know that we don't discuss politics. You know. Yeah. So yeah. Seriously. I don't put
So I
people's
have a
business out there
question.
on Front Street. Real talk. Like, he is the man. He really is. You know. Even when he's having a hard time like paying bills and stuff, he's still there for children. If more people were
Oh.
like that, then we wouldn't be living in such a darn world. And he's around, I don't
Hmm.
feel like there's so much weight on my shoulder. So he's
Oh.
he's doing the good work, and he's doing it up in Northern California, where they really need help at the trailer parks. You know. So yeah, like I said, man, you know he's a good man, he's a friend, and he's somebody that I respect deep. He's had this channel's back ever since we came on Twitch. Boom. Yeah, seriously. So I'm putting that out there. And if you guys are lurking or new to the channel, yeah, I pay that much attention every single person that interacts with the channel that hard. Because there are parasocial relationships, but I'm not a big fan of knowing them. Part of why Back in the Deck doesn't pull in a lot of money is because I'm interacting personally. I'm not out there building parasocial relationships. I can't quite give makeup tips that pretty. But yeah, I talk to all y'all. And when I'm in your town, I try and have coffee with y'all. It's one of the things that I learn. It's one of the things I learned from my mentor at Double Toast. When he says if you're ever in the Austin area, come on down so we can accommodate you, he means that. Takes his fans out to bars and gets them drunk and talks with them, sat down and played board games. I'm like, all right, so I'm doing my thing, and thank you for showing me the way it's supposed to be done. If I can interact with the people that like my work those same do that I'm doing, regardless of or not making. Again, feel free to join the Patreon, give a donation. Yes, it sounds like a sense, but we are so close to being done, and now I'm starting to get a little punchy. But we're almost there. Again, almost there after 3 hours is not bad. There's a lot of folks that will have taken this one model, and I'm being a little artistic. Because I want some of the metallic to really pop out because I like metallic. They are. Am I gonna add brown to the straps and all that stuff? No. No, I'm not. That's more work than I feel like putting. Um, I am gonna give them faces because they should have faces, like faces. And with the flesh stuff that comes in the speed paint starter set, faces are actually really easy, especially slap chop technique. And I may make up a bit of a wash out again. Washes work really well against. No, I think I'm gonna make their guns a gold color. I'm not going for. What do you guys think? Should I make their guns the same gold? Should I make them all the nuns with the golden guns? Let me know in the comments. With the guns, with girls with a golden gun. It's funny, one of the devices on. I don't recognize you. I don't know what it is. Could be a camera. Pretty sure it's not my mic. Yeah, the gold guns look good. Yeah, the golden guns, they look really good. So yeah, we're gonna make the guns gold. We're gonna use a different brush for that. So it's just gonna be one more pass at a few. Oh, crud. Okay, there we go. Pipes. Yeah, there we go. Got more pipes. Pipes. Maybe pipes. Got more pipes. Got them pipes. A little bit of dangly bits. There. Ah. Alright, now let's get. Oh, I only have two of these left. Two. Two left. Ah.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Shoulders. Oh, them. Fun. Gonna do that at a different, larger brush. Now let's chords and cables and chords. Cables and chords are like Betty's and cream. Betty's and cream. There we are. Chords, cables. Okay. Was a lot faster than I thought she'd be. And then we guns. Now you guys might be noticing that I've barely cleaned the brushes. That's because we're going so hard. There's not a lot of time for this crap to cake. Good. So what we're doing now is called an overbrush. It is like a dry brush, but the brush is not dry. but this is literally barely touching the mint, barely touching it. Like, nah, I'm barely touching this. This is one of the ways that we pop up. It's a little more pressure than the initial dry brushing that. If you guys wonder, like, oh my God, his hand is steady. No, well, it is steady. I'll tell you how I do it. There was an I saw on a show called Mystery, and it is he broke like chopstick or barbecue, put it on the edge of the knife, had the kid hold the knife still, don't let slide down. The harder the kid tried to stay still, the faster the thing slid down the knife. And because it's Mr. Wizard, didn't need another Timmy. Mr. Wizard explained that muscles never actually go stiff. And they never stop. They contract and they relax. And in order for something to stay, all right, we're picking up a brush. Yeah, it's a 3. And we're gonna do the gun. In order for a hand to stay relaxed, what happens is that two opposing muscle groups contract in. So it's like left contracts, right contracts, front contracts, back contracts, that kind of thing. And the more still that you try and do, or the more still that you try and stay, the more that these muscle groups expand and contract against each other, which means the more you try and stay still, the more you're going to shake if you're trying. So what I was taught with that was a relaxed hand. But how do you have a relaxed hand? Well, very simple. You have to trust that the process that you're working with will yield, if not the result that you want, something close enough, easily fixed. So the more relaxed I am, the easier it is. How do I relax when I'm simple? I don't care. No, I'm not a perfectionist. I'm not, or I don't care. Putting paint on a miniature. If I get paint where it's not supposed to go, then I'll just put another layer of something else on top of it where it's supposed to go. That's it. No. But while I'm doing this, I'm getting it done. Ooh, my paint is starting to adding just cover what it needs to cover. Oh yeah, look at this. See, the more relaxed I am, the more I can see errors. So when you guys are being creative and doing stuff, just relax. Trust that the techniques will yield you the best possible technique or best possible results with the skill level that you're at. Know that you won't be that skill level forever. You will get better in time with practice. The painting that I do today, way better than any of the paint ever thought I'd be able. My first art teacher with miniature paint looked at my stuff and said, "Coming a long way, dude." I'm like, I didn't mean to. It just sort of happened. I just painted a lot of stuff, but as we talked about last week, I've taken over 100 pictures. The more you do it, the better you get. I've been meaning to call up the dude that gave me work over holiday, over Halloween last year, just to say, hey man, thank you. Because he worked me stupid and I hurt myself. And I was not ready to be employed on that level. But I will be knackered if working for him didn't make me better at this. I leveled up without even meaning to. I was just trying to pay my mortgage. All right. Now, let's get to that last thing. Now, with this, we've got something called Crusader Skin. Aha, Crusader Skin. And now we're going to do some faces. And again, we're doing Crusader Skin straight out the pot. Boop. Boop. Yeah, I only need a couple of drops, and I'm gonna add one drop, just one, of speed paint medium. One drop of medium. As soon as I remember where I put the medium. One drop. Top. There we go. Just to make sure that's all. See? And now we have our brush and we're See? Where's my That's it. That's all you got to do to paint a face with the army painter's technique. Paint does all the freaking work. All of it. Now they have a brown in case I want to make them black people, but what I think I am going to do though, I'm going to go over the white again with another layer of khaki. I'm going to make it a little thicker. Then we're going to be done. That's it for try. Yeah. He's just All right, that's it. So we're still going to take this number one brush, and I like this number one brush because its bristles are really, really, really long. Now we're just going to touch up. Fact, we're going to touch up with dry brush. Touch up. There we go. But it does highlights. Yeah. Here we go. I'll see how it's coming to life now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. We're gonna do a little bit of that object source lighting I was dry brush. And that's give overbrush and fall. So I'm okay, that's what we're so the two brushes that we're gonna use. A little bit of a thick one here. Thick boy, look at this boy. Cork. There's my cork.
Oh, that makes it really pop.
Yeah. It reinforces the khaki.
Mm.
So we're using the thick boy with the wings because I love wings. A little bit there. Just a little. This is a little bit of a dry brush, just a little bit. Now we take the other brush and we kind of overbrushing them. That's a gut. Got here? All that stuff is popping. And overbrushing and highlighting, technically like an edge. Don't need a lot. Hey, line here. Wait. Oh. Da da da. Hmm. Blah blah. Where we're cleaning. One of my favorite parts about this light that brushing, if up, you can always just back over it. It's because I'm not the person who doesn't make the one that makes mistakes. Finds out what the mistake was, why it was a mistake. I can't promise I won't break nothing. I know how to fix it.
Promise I didn't break it on purpose.
Oh, I only break on. Call it growing up looking at traveling. Let me show you about my vacuum cleaner. I got a cup full of dirt. Now I'm throwing it on the carpet. Em, put the gun down, please.
Wow.
Yep. Yep. Right.
Every nook and cranny.
Huh? Not every
I
nook
said
and
every nook and cranny.
not everyone. Just the ones I know folks can. I was looking at how certain paint competitions rate their stuff. I'm like, those
Hmm.
judges turn the menu upside down? Oh, that's just,
Wait, what?
yeah, they literally go, yeah, what did they miss in there? And I'm like, okay,
Wow.
well, you know what? I know what competition I'm never joining.
Right.
I don't want to put. That's me now. I don't know what it's like.
Hmm.
We'll see. Of now, I'm like, nah, man, y'all can have that. That's y'all's competition. Fine. All right, moving on. Oh, my leader lady. Here we go. See? Right off first. Off first.
Yay.
Some people would be like, aren't you gonna do the eyes? And shut up. I don't paint with a microscope. So no, I'm not gonna do stupid eyes. Quit asking me. I hate you. Stupid. You do the eyes. Shut up. Oh, but I did get to put gold. Her. Full gold ring. I'm gonna do a serious overall and a lot of people are gonna be like, no, they look good already. And I'm gonna be like, shut up, they're my toys, I do what I want. And that overall cheat is gonna come after. After after we do all that. And that's gonna be the super big surprise. Yes, it's all coming together. Just like my plans, Clip. Just like my plan. All of my it's almost as good as all the table at the food. All the food at the table.
No, you said it right the first time, Zola.
All the table. No, no. Again, family. Almost as good as when all the table or the food table comes. One of those fancy. Wow, it's almost like I practiced.
Mm.
Gotta fix this back thing. One, it's mostly smooth. Comparison to the like loincloth hanging. Not exactly I want it to. Here we go. Now she looks. See? Oh yeah, that looks really good. I'm glad I changed
Yeah.
my mind. Yeah, khaki and light blue looks a lot better than dark blue, white. For the, ooh, moving on. Okay, that's half of them. Rest of them are coming out soon.
Coming soon to a theater near you. Miniatures.
Yep. A world. Nuns have wings and chainsaws. Only one painter. understood the color.
The colors, Duke, the colors. I'm colorblind, kid.
All right, yeah, that was. Didn't even have to do much touch up on her, but I am gonna have to do on here. Boop, boop. So in 3 hours, 100 breaks down to an average of 18 minutes. 18 minutes per figure. That is with metallics and um and that is why I love this. I was also, while doing it on camera, talking to you guys, and so if you're literally doing this by yourself while listening to a podcast, it is possible to get 30 or 40 minutes done in, which means you paint up your army on Thursday, or you make your army list on Thursday, paint up your minis on Thursday night, um, go to work on Friday, get home from work, grab your mini case, have yourself a soda, pick up your bag, go to the mini store or your friend's house, play the game. You're like, yeah, I painted.
Mm-hmm.
Friends will be like, oh, you slap chopped them. Well, you know, you can make them look good and you can say, shut up, I have an army playing. And it's not all
Right. Like,
gray. So you can
hey, guess
sit with
what?
it.
It's like, hey, guess what?
Hmm.
I could make them look good, but I get to play faster.
Uh-huh. That's literally it. So, so, and that's what I'm about. About playing, getting all that stuff out there. Going, yeah, look, I'm playing a game. This is fun. Ha ha ha. I'm having fun. Ha ha, look fun. People are like, how do you have so many armies so quick? I'm like, well, I have a 3D printer. So I print them in, for the many. Are they great? No. Are they at the store? Yes. Am I playing with them? Absolutely. Like, if you can do better, then pay me money. I will print you up your own and I will take notes. Or I reply with your criticism with Generation X patented snark. Then 2.5 hours later, you'll realize that I've insulted you. Snark. It's what's for dinner. We're so almost done, everybody. Oh, yeah. I've had people
What?
got the potential. Like, yeah, if only I had the desire. I'm like, the arc of history is long and bends toward mediocrity.
Black and White Now in Color asks how many hours does the painting process take? Well, we've been here for about 3, almost 4 hours, and he's gotten 10 of them done almost.
Oh, it's been almost 4 hours. And again, this is me doing
Mhm.
assembly line paint with a lot of fabrics and things because these are nuns. My orcs took half the
Oh,
time.
He said printing, not painting.
Oh, printing? Well, all depends on your printer. The standard consumer grade 3D printer can print, um, like if you're going to use Elegoo Mars 3 or Elegoo Mars 2, which is kind of the standard out there. The Elegoo Mars 2 or the Anycubic Monophoton 4K or Photon 4K. Um, you can get a 5 to 6 man squad of 28mm heroic scale mini done in an hour. Now, if you're like
That's
me and have a bunch of like mono X's, um, let's see. Since I started the show today, I made 3 bikers, 2 dreadnoughts. I'm also making 15 solar auxilia and a bunch of bases right now. They'll probably be done by 6. Why I have a problem? Because I make way too much stuff. But I don't have enough followers to start doing contests like, hey, you like what I'm painting? The first people to give away 10 subscriptions and send me their mailing address, I will mail what I made today to you. Which is why I haven't been doing so much terrain, black and white. Because that is the plan with the terrain. I'll be making up terrain and stuff like that, and you guys will be like, "Oh, that is so cool," and I'll be like, "All right, first one to 1,000 bits," or I'll be like, "Aha, send your address." Now I'm sending you this because I don't want it in my house. Where to put it? You guys can see I'm getting a little lazy with the last one, and I won't care by the time I look at this stuff later. Because I'm recognizing that I'm being lazy. But my color scheme out there. And spadoinkle! Now, that little surprise I said I was gonna do. um my little spadoinkle. I'm gonna take some of this gold. Some of this gold that I put down earlier. And I'm dry brush gold on top of the mini to give it sort of a holy shine. Oh, I should actually wash this brush. Yeah, so, printing these 28mm models takes about an hour to 90 minutes. Hey, Roland, where you been? And language. Yes, I will be dry brushing the shirt out of this. Shirt. Do the dry brushing of the metallics will give these ladies time. Ah, the local constabulary. I am so sorry, my friend. Now, this is a trick I picked up a long time ago that a lot of people don't like. But guess what? They're my toys. I do what I want. And yeah, I'm dry brushing. I'm doing a light dry brush all over the mini. And this sheen will really make them pop. Especially if I put a matte finish on the mat. It'll bring that shine down and protect the paint. I thought about putting a wash on it. Yeah, you're getting here as we're wrapping it up, man. We've been here 4 hours today. And this is why the local constabulary really needs a little bit of reworking. And So, okay. Yep. Dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Hmm. I feel like Missy from Big Mouth. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Dry brush, dry brush. That's right. Giving a little bit of a shine. Dry brush, dry brush. Because again, these are holy nuns and they don't have magic. They have prayers, faith, and all that. So I'm, you know what? Yeah, I will give them a little bit of a sheen. Ah, okay. Yes, the local constabulary. I don't even know where you live, but you know, we need people volunteering with the local constabulary to keep them honest. So good on you. Dry brush, dry brush. You know, that whole cake was. Oh, Portland, Maine. Portland! Not to be confused with Bangor. Oh, dude, you're in Lovecraft country. And when I say that, I literally mean, like, you know, where he lived. I'm a fan of his work. And matter of fact, yeah, that problematic stuff we were talking about earlier. I'm a fan of H.P. Lovecraft work. But I also know what he named his cat.
Mm.
I'm a fan of his work, not of himself. Yeah, Stephen King country. And you know, between Stephen King and H.P. Lovecraft, I'm never going to New England. Like, why in the name of all that's holy would I do that? You know, if I go to New England, I'm either going to, you know, get choked by a monster that tries to steal my breath when I sleep and then it gets blamed on a cat, or a giant clown will eat me, or, you know, some dude is coming out um, that can shoot a freaking revolver like it's a machine gun, and there'll be a dude whose initials will be R and F, and he'll be like charming and try and like eat my face. And then a lamp is gonna come down, and Kathy Bates is gonna nail me to a bed or something, and I just don't want to do all that. Ah, you were born in Lovecraft country, which means the bullies that you have growing up, they all tried to kill you because they're homicidal, and the adults saw nothing, did nothing, and didn't care. I know Stephen King country. I've been reading Stephen King since I was 9. And real talk, the 1991 um It miniseries actually is the thing that convinced me to.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, not because I'm a weirdo or anything. It just came down to, wow. Even even when I was a child, and I'm like, this guy is eating kids, but children still like him. I want friends. Bruh, bruh. So that was, yeah. It's okay, everyone. I am in therapy, once a week. Have been for the past 4 years. I'm better. Last two.
Wow.
What?
No, what Roland said. It says back in 2016 when all that clown
Clown
stuff was
stuff.
going
Yeah.
on. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, keep
At
going.
least 3 dudes in clown outfits got murked here. Like, oh,
Yeah. I'm not saying that violence is never the answer to the deep. I like clown. I do. I genuinely love clown. Um. Woo. Yes. We are
I think that's
done.
what you would call an unpopular opinion.
Yeah. Or some would call it a hot take. Oh, of course, Tholer likes clowns. Beer, 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 beer. And I get that a lot. I like clowns. I mean, I was with the circus for. So yeah. Um. So yeah, I'm a fan of clowns, and I don't care who knows it. I like clowns, and clowns like me. We're a happy family, and I am quoting that dinosaur Barney. It's my show, tee hee hee hee. Okay. Yeah, it's terrible. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. I know. Okay. So now we do the thing that we tend to always do on this. Is of course, yeah. So how you holding up, Heather?
Ooh, feeling a little punchy myself.
Uh-huh. Welcome to the land of real entertainment. It's like, yeah, no, we're doing good. We're doing good. Just exhausted.
Oh, Jesus. Loves us all.
Yeah, we're okay. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're almost done, right? Yeah, we're almost done.
I feel like I just woke up.
So, but again, this has been good, and I've been wanting to do another hobby haul for a while. I think Mr. Twitch has been like, yeah, you need to do another hobby haul. And I'm like, but people don't like staying in. You need to do another hobby haul. Yes, sir. You know, kind of thing. So that is a thing that we've been working out, you know, trying to get right. Trying to make it so, just trying to get it right. So, because, you know, if I don't get it right, yeah. I know my next hobby haul is going to be something real fun because it's going to be dealing with something that is kind of close to my heart on one level. It has something to do with 3D printers, but it is a terrain thing, and y'all know how I feel about terrain. You know, because I truly do love me some terrain. Here we go. Screen, go. I do. Ah. Oh, that was new. I got something on screen there. Okay. Cool. That does da da. Huh.
Roland says 3D printer go.
Yep, 3D printer go brrr. 3D printer go brrr. Right now, 3D printer is actually going brrr. Cool. You know, 'cause yeah, when 3D printer go brrr.
He also says that he just realized that your hair is blue, not gray. Needs new glasses.
Wow, man. You know what? I get it. There we go. I ended up getting a paint on my camera here.
Oh no.
Probably explains why my video quality was terrible. There we go. Okay. And so yeah, but it's okay because yeah, we're doing a great deal and we have put in some work, man. We have truly put in some work. And this has been good. I think the show's been good. And if you guys are wondering, like, yeah, no, we put in that good work, you know, that good work, y'all. So, pop
goes the weasel. Pop goes the weasel.
Not exactly, not exactly. So this is the part of the show that I'm always looking forward to. Okay, which is you're like no.
What happened?
And take a look. Yeah. Look at all that fun. So yeah, this is what we got going today. Really good. Did the thing. Yeah. This has been really good. And they're there. And again, 4 hours. And we did 2 sets of these. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Look at all that.
seriously,
Hmm?
they are pretty. They're very beautiful.
Yeah, I think so. I truly think so. Hang on here. Hmm? Wait. Boop, boop. There you go. Yeah, look at that. That is just, it looks so good. So, did you have fun with this, Heather?
I did. I did. But I think
Good.
I'm gonna have more fun when I actually start, painting my own miniatures.
Oh, you will. You will. I promise that you will. Because this technique, again, as long as the as long as what you're painting doesn't have as much detail as what I'm using, these sisters, they have a lot of detail. See a lot of detail. Not as much as the people who taught me, but I do see a lot. Um, yeah. So when that kind of thing is out there, um, there's a lot. But what I'm doing here is I'm showing you just a little bit of a difference. Yeah, just a little bit of a difference with oops, nope, not that one. Yeah, just a tiny bit of a difference with and you see that guy right there? Yeah, look at that. That is just nice. Ah. With that out there, tank you've seen before. and these little girls, yeah, this army is coming together pretty well. Like how it comes down, it's gonna look good on the table. And it's gonna look a lot less like a bunch of wedding cakes. Because wedding cakes. Nom nom nom.
Mm,
So yeah.
so good.
Ah, Roland, so thank you. Oh, feel like a car whose warranty expired. I get you, my man. I get you. Let's see, we've got black and white now in color going nom. Clever little vixen. Oh my god, that look, oh, right, clap, clap, clap. Those look so good. So yeah. So with that, guys, we have been here for 4 hours. 4 hours. It's almost 7 o'clock. I mean, definitely gotta eat in a little bit. Thank you, Heather. Tell them where they can find you.
Yeah, so if you enjoyed my presence here today, feel free to come and check me out on Wednesdays as well on twitch.tv/gamingfixlive. That's GAMINGFIXXLIVE. And we're usually live from 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time or 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can also email me in case you feel like shooting over any ideas, comments, concerns, or questions of any sort. My email is mellocello007@gmail.com. That's MELLOCELLO007@gmail.com. And you can hit me up on Instagram as well. I don't go on there very often now, to be honest. But other than that, yeah, you can check out Chamello Cello's Hangouts on Facebook if you use Facebook at all. And other than that, yeah, take it away, Lou.
Awesome. And guys, since I didn't put this up there, a little earlier today, not because I'm off my J, but because, it's just been a thing. You can hit me up sending all emails and all that stuff too, back in the deck at gmail.com. It's BACKINTHE@gmail.com. You can also hit me up on Twitter and Instagram, also at Back in the Deck. That's BACKINTHEDECK. You can, if you're under 40, you can hit me up on them TikToks at BidP, that's BIDPY. And if you are part of that wretched hive of scum and villainy known as Facebook, then you can hit me up and hit her up over on Deckers on the Book. That is our Facebook group and all that stuff. But I want you guys to know that if anybody ever tells you guys that you can't like what you like because of the circumstances of your birth, be it race, religion, creed, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, budget, neurodivergency, and again, I'll say budget because we always knew that the trailer park, never too far from the hood, you can tell those people, take those cards and put them back in the deck. Solar Gray, the Cinematic Sorcerer, saying thank you guys so much for joining us in the Hobby Hall, and we will see you tomorrow on the dark side of the room. Thank you guys. See you then.
Bye everyone. See you next time.